Beyond the Horizon. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1, 1885. A big black horse moved quietly and easily through the woodlands, bordering the immaculately kept grounds of the Five Oaks boarding school for young ladies, tucked away down a long drive in the sleepy countryside of the county of Hampshire. The Five Oaks boarding school was a fine example of mid-Victorian austere architecture, with its grey stone walls and imposing bulk, and it could have been a prison or textile factory in the far north of England, rather than a fashionable school for young ladies. It was a fine summer afternoon in late June, and the huge stone house lay basking in the sunshine. Beds of roses glowed white, red, and pink, with their scent filling the air. Sir Andrew Dexter tightened his reins sharply, and murmured soothingly as his mount flinched at a squirrel running across the path. Urging the horse forward again, he pushed back the lock of dark hair that insisted on falling ungraciously over his forehead. Sir Andrew's piercing grey eyes then searched the woods, lawns, and gardens on the other side of the high fence that surrounded the school, looking out for anything or anyone out of place. At present, the beautiful grounds were empty. But Sir Andrew knew that very soon a bell would ring, and the young ladies would all come flooding out of the doors, eager to sit in the sun, smell the flowers, and enjoy a welcome break from their lessons. Sir Andrew was not interested in the flowers or the sunshine. He was desperate to see one particular young lady, who was a pupil at the school, and to make sure that she was safe and secure. He frowned as his horse pushed on through some bushes, and he realized that he was now on a narrow track leading to a small lake. The blue water glittered and gleamed in the sun, and ducks, geese, and moorhens were swimming round between the rushes. A sudden plop sounded the presence of a water vole, and a bright flash of brilliant blue marked a kingfisher's flight. Turning his mount round, Sir Andrew headed in the opposite direction, finally reaching a high gate in the wall surrounding the grounds. To his dismay, it was standing wide open. He leant down from the saddle and closed the gate, pushing the bolt across with his crop. But he knew that his action was a mere formality, as anyone could unlock the gate and walk down to the lake. And just as easily, someone could reach over from the woodside and ease the bolt open to let himself into the garden. Irritated, he sighed and urged his mount on along the path that circled around through the trees towards the front of the school building. He needed to speak to the young lady who was so much in his thoughts, and quickly. In the large drawing-room of the Five Oaks School, Lady Beatrice Remington sat, her hands clasped firmly on the ivory handle of her ebony walking-stick. Dressed all in dark grey silk from her large hat to her grey suede shoes, her lined face stern and unsmiling, she was listening impatiently to the girl standing in front of her. "Stay at school? Forever? Great Aunt Beatrice, you cannot possibly mean that." Rosilda Harvey pushed her hands deeper into the pockets of the paint-stained tussore apron she wore over her dark pink day dress. She had been attending art class, trying to finish her study of 2 apples and an orange, when she had been summoned to the drawing-room to greet the only relation she had in the world. Rosilda was just 18 and exceedingly pretty. Her long blonde hair was tied back with a dark pink ribbon from her lovely face, but her usual sparkling blue eyes now looked bewildered and concerned. "Well, forever is a very big word, child," said Lady Remington, "but your days as a pupil here at this school are over. There was enough money in the bank when your dear parents died to pay for your education, but that money has now gone." She paused for a moment before carrying on with her little speech. "You are now all of 18, and by the terms of your father's will I am no longer your guardian, but I still have a responsibility to think about and indeed worry about your future. I thought I would travel north to the Lake District to live with you next week when the term ends." Rosilda said, almost unable to take in the fact that all her plans lay in ruins. "I have so many new ideas to help you in the house and garden." Lady Remington shook her head. "I have now sold the Windermere house, and intend to move to Italy, to live with my good friend the Countessa Elizabeth Scarfini." Rosilda was about to blurt out that she would love to live in Italy too, but one look at the old lady's stern face told her that expressing such sentiments would be a waste of time. Lady Remington now went on. "Miss Landers, your head mistress has told me that you are proficient in your art and music, have a good brain, and will learn quickly, although you do have a worrying tendency to daydream." Rosilda flushed and bit her lip. She knew that she found it hard to sit at a desk in a classroom when the world outside was calling her. Every morning she woke, leant out of her bedroom window, and gazed at the woods and hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. Oh, how she longed to be roaming over them, rather than sit learning French verbs or the finer points of English grammar. Lady Remington now looked unsympathetically at Rosilda, before coughing and then delivering her bombshell to her great niece. "I have been having a close discussion with Miss Landers about your position, and have told her the details of your current predicament, and she has kindly suggested that you stay on here at Five Oaks School for a number of years, as a junior teacher for the youngest girls, and taking care of them when they first arrive at the school." Rosilda suddenly began to realize the full horror of what her great-aunt was telling her. "Could I not take on a post as a governess?" she said wildly. "Great-aunt Beatrice, I have been here at Five Oaks for 4 years. You cannot ask me to stay on at this place for the rest of my life." The old lady stood up, her expression remote and implacable. "I am afraid that there is little choice, Rosilda. You have no money. Maybe in a few years' time you will have reached a sufficient standard to find work as a governess, but you are not ready to take that step yet. No, helping out with the younger children here in exchange for your bed and board will suit very well. I am sure Miss Landers will advise you to accept our generous offer. Now, I must leave. Goodbye, Rosilda, my dear. Work hard, and do your best." Rosilda dropped a little bob curtsy, but made no move to kiss her. She knew that it would have not been welcomed by her austere great-aunt. Lady Beatrice swept out of the school, sighing in relief as her chaise carried her away to a new life with her friend in Italy. She had little affection for Rosilda. In her forthright opinion, the girl's mother had made a disastrous marriage to a young clergyman, and when a fever had killed them both 4 years before, Lady Beatrice had been appalled to discover that the penniless Rosilda Harvey was her responsibility, and she was forced most reluctantly to become her guardian, and largely because there were no other relatives around who could do so. Well, she had done her duty by her, and now it was up to the girl to make her own way in the world. In the dusty drawing-room, Rosilda stood, fighting back the hot tears that threatened to fall in torrents down her cheeks. She just could not believe how quickly her life had changed. Only this morning she had been telling her friends that, although life with her great-aunt would not be very exciting to live in the Lake District, surrounded by all that natural beauty, would be marvellous. Rosilda loved drawing birds and flowers, and had imagined spending many peaceful hours wandering around the beautiful countryside with her sketchbook in her hand, seeking out new vistas to paint. And, of course, Great-aunt Beatrice would have friends and neighbours. There would be a social life, dances, picnics, and boating on the glorious lakes. Now all that had been swept away. "Oh, I cannot bear it," Rosilda screamed at herself, "to have to stay on here at Five Oaks, teaching year after year, becoming old and grey, and never seeing any of the wonderful world I so long to visit." Rosilda stared round at the gloomy room, the heavy curtains shutting out the sunshine, and the wallpaper dull and colourless. The walls were lined with books that were never read, and even the leaves of the plants in their china pots were dusty and fading. All this reflected her mood, which was becoming more and more dispirited by the moment. Suddenly, she desperately wanted to be outside in the fresh air. Pulling off her apron, she hurried from the room just as a housemaid scurried past, ringing the huge brass bell that marked the end of lessons for the day. Doors were hastily flung open, and then groups of chattering girls began to hurry out of the building and into the garden. "Rosilda, come and play catch with us," one of the younger girls called out. "You are so good at throwing the ball." But Rosilda sped past them, not wanting to talk to any of her friends, knowing that she would burst into tears if she had to listen to their plans. The term was ending in a couple of days, and the girls in her form were already packing, anxious to be back with their families, looking forward to parties and balls, meeting gentlemen, and falling in love. Since Rosilda's parents had died, and she had come to Five Oaks boarding school, she had spent some of her holidays in the Lake District with her great-aunt, but often she had been invited to stay at a friend's home, which she had always enjoyed enormously. She knew now that this would never happen again. Penniless schoolteachers did not stay with the daughters of diplomats, doctors, and members of the aristocracy. "I shall just be one of the teachers from now on." No, not even that. "I'll become a sort of servant," she groaned to herself, as she ran over the lawn to the shelter of the trees at the far end of the grounds. "Oh, I don't mean to sound proud," she now said to herself, "and if there is no money, then of course I must earn some. I am prepared to work hard, but to be forced to stay on here and never travel or see the world. Oh dear, Lord, please give me the strength and courage to bear this." She flung herself down in the long grass under the trees and buried her face in her hands. "Why, Rosilda, what is the matter? Have you hurt yourself? Oh, look, your dress is all dirty." Rosilda looked up sharply and her heart sank. The one girl she did not want to see her in this state of misery was standing watching her. Princess Marianne of Montdeaves was 6 months younger than Rosilda, but because of her upbringing and social standing, she often seemed older. Slim, beautiful, and graceful, with shining dark curls and flashing green eyes, she was a favourite with the staff at the school, who often went out of their way to give her everything she requested. They called her a most charming child when they spoke of her amongst themselves. The pupils of the school knew otherwise. They felt that Marianne was spoilt, stubborn, and selfish, but the sister of the ruler of Montdeaves, a small principality in the mountains of Central Europe, she was a very important person, and always had her own way. No, I'm quite all right, thank you, Marianne. Just thinking about my future." The princess tossed her pretty head, her dark curls bouncing wildly. The future was not something that she liked to worry about. "Oh, how dull. You are always thinking or reading or drawing, Rosilda. If you are not careful, you will turn into one of those dreadful women who think they are as brainy as a man." Rosilda stood up and wearily tried to brush the dirt from her dress. Then she retorted, "I believe that we all have talents, and should make the most of them. It is a sin not to." The princess pouted and turned away, obviously already bored with their conversation. "Where are you going, Marianne?" Rosilda asked her, as the younger girl walked away with a swish of her blue silk skirt. She was one of the few pupils not required to wear the dark pink uniform dress. "To the far end of the lake to pick wild flowers," she replied. Rosilda frowned. "But you know that the lake is out of bounds for us without a member of staff present?" The princess tossed her head once more. "Oh, pooh! I don't care at all for your silly rules and regulations. I am Princess Marianne of Montdeaves, and I do as I choose. And anyway, today I choose to pick wild flowers, and I wish to do that alone." Rosilda bit her lip and watched as the younger girl reached the gate in the fence, unbolted it, and then stepped through into the woods beyond. She gazed round in despair, hoping that there would be a teacher nearby who would intervene, but there was no one in sight. Well, I suppose in a few months' time I will be a member of the staff, so I will have to learn to deal with problems like this, she thought, and then swiftly followed the princess into the wood. For some strange reason, she did not quite believe Marianne's reason for her escapade. The princess was wearing her best blue silk dress, and there was an expression of excited anticipation on the exquisite but rather sulky face. Rosilda then suddenly wondered if the silly girl had arranged to meet someone outside the school grounds. Marianne often talked of the many young men who were captivated by her, and little presents of flowers and chocolates would often arrive at the school, accompanied by passionate declarations of love. She also spoke sometimes of one particular young admirer, who loved her to such distraction that he had even followed her to England so that he could be near her. Rosilda sighed. Could Princess Marianne be that stupid? She had a sinking sensation inside that told her it was quite possible. As Rosilda vanished into the green shadows of the wood after Marianne, Sir Andrew Dexter strode out of the school into the sunny grounds. On his arrival at the front door, he had been greeted warmly by Miss Landers, the headmistress of Five Oaks, who had read his letter of introduction from the Foreign Office, and immediately sent a maid hurrying off to find Princess Marianne. When the maid returned to say that the princess had last been seen heading into the gardens after her lesson had ended, Sir Andrew had dashed outside. He was deeply worried about his young charge. Events in her home principality were moving so fast that it was hard to keep up with all the latest news, but of one thing he was certain: Princess Marianne needed his protection. Rosilda was now rushing after the princess along the little path that led towards the lake. She could see the girl's blue silk dress through the trees, and ran to catch her up. "Marianne, wait, please. Don't go too near the water. The bank is so slippery." The princess turned and laughed. "Oh, Rosilda Harvey, what a dreadful worrier you are. At my home in Montdeaves, I climb mountains that are all rocks and snow. A muddy path is a child's play to me. Now go back, please. I order you not to follow me around any more." Not knowing what else to do or say, Rosilda hung back a little, watching as the princess wandered along the bank, plucking flowers from the verge. Suddenly, Rosilda hesitated and turned to look back towards the school grounds. Marianne, wait. I am sure I can hear someone calling your name." But the dark-haired princess ignored her. Then, just as Rosilda was about to speak again, to her astonishment, a young man jumped out from behind a bush and seemed to stumble into the princess, throwing his arms around her. Rosilda hardly had time to realize that he was there before Marianne screamed, swayed, and with a splash fell into the lake. Without stopping to think, Rosilda kicked off her shoes and jumped in after her. The water by the bank was not very deep. It only came up to their waists, but a strong current tugged at their long skirts. The princess was splashing her arms up and down, clutching at Rosilda, churning up the mud and weeds in the lake, and started screaming, "Help me! Save me! I'm drowning!" "Hold still, Marianne," Rosilda gasped, trying hard to pull her towards the bank. "You won't drown, but do stop struggling." Suddenly, a gruff man's voice cut straight through Marianne's screams. "Gently. I have you safe. Here, here." As Rosilda looked up, she saw a dark-haired man kneeling on the bank. He had tossed his jacket on the ground, and reaching out, effortlessly pulled the princess up onto the path, where she collapsed, sobbing. The man picked her up in his arms. "You silly, stupid girls, playing about on the banks of a lake. I must get Princess Marianne back to the school. She is soaked to the skin." "Can you manage?" he added to Rosilda, almost as an afterthought. Rosilda waded through the shallows and clambered up the muddy bank, ignoring the hand he held out to her. She then attempted to squeeze the muddy water and slime from her skirt. "I'm quite all right, and we were not playing," she asserted. "We are not children. The princess would have been in danger if you had not startled her, sir." Sir Andrew Dexter was already striding along the path, heading for the gate in the fence, and carrying a wet and seemingly lifeless Marianne in his arms. She must have swooned at the sudden disturbance in the quietness of the wood. Sir Andrew stole a glance back at the bedraggled figure following behind him at his heels, and then fought to stop himself, smiling. Rosilda was glaring at him. Her pink dress, thick with mud to the waist, clung to her body, and weed twined in the long locks of her hair that had escaped from what had once been a ribbon. Only her fair complexion and dark eyes told Sir Andrew that her hair would be golden when dry. Then an expression of concern crossed his face. "I did not startle her, Miss Harvey, Rosilda Harvey," she answered, trying to keep up with his long strides. "But you jumped up from behind a bush. I saw you." "That was not me. I was calling out to the princess from a few yards away. I saw a flurry of activity and heard the splash." "Are you sure there was a man?" he snapped. "Where is he now?" Rosilda flinched at his tone. "I am not the sort of girl who makes up dramatic stories, sir. There certainly was a man, and I have no idea whom he could have been." She hesitated before continuing. "Possibly a tramp or even a gypsy. We have a lot passing through the woods. They mean no harm. I expect he was frightened when he saw us fall into the water, and ran off." They had reached the gate, and girls were running from all directions, gasping and crying at the sight of the princess being carried, apparently lifeless, in a stranger's arms. Miss Landers then came hurrying out of the main building, her voice heavy with distress. "Oh no! Oh goodness, what on earth has happened? Princess Marianne? Rosilda, you have both been in the lake." "The princess, is she badly hurt, Sir Andrew?" "No, ma'am. Just shocked and chilled, I believe," he replied, and let the princess slide from his arms to stand on her own feet. She clung to him, sobbing, until the matron came bustling into the garden and took her back into the school, talking of warm baths and hot drinks. "Should we call for the doctor?" Miss Landers said, sounding rather flustered and most unlike her usual capable self. "I think it would be unwise to make a fuss and publicise what has happened, ma'am." Miss Landers looked unconvinced, and Rosilda was sure she was about to argue with the dark-haired stranger, when... "Achoo!" Rosilda sneezed, and a pair of piercing grey eyes stared in her direction. "Rosilda Harvey, go and change at once," Miss Landers said sternly. "I am extremely displeased with your behaviour. This is not how I would expect a member of the teaching staff to behave. I want an explanation of how you allowed Princess Marianne to fall into the lake. Report to my study in 1 hour." Rosilda started to say that it was not her fault, and then stopped. She knew that Miss Landers would not listen to her. To the headmistress, the Princess of Montdeaves could do no wrong. As she turned away, she glanced at the man whose name was obviously Sir Andrew something or other. For a moment she stopped. Surely she had not seen him wink at her. That was intolerable, because it was no laughing matter. Rosilda dropped a small curtsy to them both, and rushed into the school and up to the bedroom she shared with 2 other pupils. Luckily the room was empty, and Rosilda sent up a small prayer of thankfulness, knowing that she was in no state to explain anything to her friends. Tearing off her dress, which she knew was ruined beyond repair, she poured some water into her wash-basin, and, wincing at the cold, washed the mud and weed out of her hair. There was no way that she could dry it completely before she went downstairs, but she rubbed it as hard as she could. Then she pulled her locks back tightly from her face and twisted them into a tight braid before pulling on a clean pink day dress and dry shoes and stockings. The seriousness of her situation was beginning to surface in her mind. "Oh, goodness me, What on earth will Miss Landers say? Rosilda murmured anxiously. What if she decides I am not suitable to be a teacher here? Where will I go? Great-aunt Beatrice has made it clear that she does not want me with her in Italy. What will I do? She looked at the clock on her bedside table. The hands showed that there was no time for worrying. She checked her appearance in the mirror. She looked pale, but at least the mud and weed had gone. Sighing to herself, she ran down the stairs to the headmistress's study. Knocking tentatively on the door, she opened it and walked in. "Oh, it's you, sir," she muttered as the tall, dark stranger turned towards her from where he was gazing out of the window. "Miss Harvey?" In 2 strides he had crossed the room to her side, holding out his hand. "We have not been properly introduced," he said, his grey eyes twinkling. "I am Sir Andrew Dexter." "Sir?" Rosilda let her fingers touch his, and then stepped away. He was so very tall that he seemed to take away all the light. "Miss Landers asked me to—" Rosilda started. "I have already spoken to your headmistress. She has given me permission to speak to you." Rosilda blinked in astonishment. Was she to be chastised by a stranger for what had happened to Princess Marianne? It all seemed exceedingly unfair. She raised her chin defiantly and stared up into his grey eyes. Sir Andrew caught his breath for a second. Even with her wet hair pulled back from her face, Miss Rosilda Harvey was beautiful, although the stubborn set of her chin told him that she would not be an easy young lady to control. "Miss Landers is not at all convinced that you will make a suitable teacher here at Five Oaks," he began. Rosilda sighed and turned away from him blindly, not wanting this man to see the tears in her eyes. It was what she had feared. She was to be turned out into the world without a job or a penny to her name. "Which is good," Sir Andrew continued briskly, "because I wish to offer you a position." Rosilda spun round to look at him. "You, sir? I'm sorry, but apart from your name, I do not even know who you are." "That is true. Well," he rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he looked at her, "I work in an, let's say, advisory capacity for the Foreign Office." "Oh." "My job at this very moment is to escort Princess Marianne home to her principality, Montdeaves, as fast as I possibly can. We leave this evening." Rosilda groaned. Lucky, lucky Marianne. She would be travelling right across Europe, seeing so many glorious and thrilling sights. "And you wish me to help her pack her luggage?" she asked, confused. "One of the maids usually does that. Oh, or is that to be my punishment? Working as a maid?" Sir Andrew smiled grimly. "No, I most certainly do not wish you to pack for the princess. We will be travelling swiftly and light. One small case is all she can bring with her. No, the job I want to offer you is quite simple, Miss Harvey. The princess's elder brother, who is Prince Franz of Montdeaves, is somewhat unhappy at the thought of his sister travelling across Europe alone with a man, even one who works for the British Foreign Office. And I can quite see that there might be all sorts of difficulties where that scenario is concerned," said Rosilda. "So, Miss Rosilda Harvey, as it looks considerably unlikely that you have a future here at Five Oaks, I wonder if you would come with us to Montdeaves as companion to Princess Marianne." Chapter 2. The crying of the seagulls circling over the port of Dover sounded as bewildered as Rosilda felt. The last few hours had passed in a distinct blur of bewilderment. It seemed to her only 10 minutes ago that she had been standing in the art room at the Five Oaks boarding school for young ladies, trying to finish her version of a still-life drawing of 2 apples and an orange. Now she was just about to embark on the ferry that would carry her across the Channel to France, and then on by night express to Paris, and later even deeper into Europe towards Vienna. The final leg of the journey would, she had been told, be by carriage. It would lead them up into the great towering mountain range, where lay the little principality of Montdeaves. The hours Sir Andrew Dexter had asked her to act as the chaperone to her beautiful school companion, Princess Marianne of Montdeaves, had passed in a flurry of activity, packing her suitcase, saying a hasty goodbye to the staff and all her friends at the school, and then a coach journey to the nearest railway station to catch a train to Dover. And all the while, Rosilda had been aware of the stern, dark face of the man accompanying them. He had hardly said a word on the journey, except to indicate brusquely where and when they should join the train or inquire of the princess if she was comfortable and warm. Rosilda had been very aware that at no time had he asked her the same questions. Now they had reached Dover, the busy port with the high, great white cliffs towering above them, and next the ferry to France and abroad. The dockside at the famous port was crowded with passengers, talking and laughing, porters wheeling barrows of suitcases, and people who had come to wave goodbye to friends and family. Princess Marianne, who had been in a bad mood throughout the journey, now seemed to cheer up, obviously intrigued by all the different faces around her. "Quickly now, Miss Harvey, I want you and your companion to board as soon as possible," Sir Andrew said to her. Rosilda nodded her obedience, but wished that Sir Andrew Dexter would speak to her just the once without issuing an order. Ever since she had agreed to chaperone Princess Marianne back to her home in Central Europe, the tall, dark gentleman from the British Foreign Office had been giving Rosilda endless instructions. Pack only the basic necessities for the journey. Wear your plainest clothes. Make your hair look tidy, but not flamboyant. Make absolutely sure that the princess has plenty of warm clothing, but don't let her wear any obviously valuable jewelry. Make haste, there is no time to lose. Sighing and feeling more than a little weary, she turned to help Marianne up the steep gangway and onto the cross-channel ferry. She was standing, gazing out at the milling crowds, almost as if she was looking for someone in the myriad of faces. She jumped when Rosilda touched her arm. "Ouch, Rosilda, don't push me. I fear that I have turned my ankle." Princess Marianne pouted prettily and fluttered her eyelashes at Sir Andrew. "Perhaps I may now lean on your strong arm, Sir Andrew," she cooed. A look of concern crossed his face. "Certainly. Do be careful, Miss Harvey," he said over his shoulder, as he almost carried the princess to a cabin. Rosilda bit her lip. She had foreseen from the very beginning of this journey exactly how the princess was going to wrap Sir Andrew round her little finger and have him at her beck and call whenever she wanted him. "Oh, Rosilda," Marianne called out, "do bring my red case yourself. I don't want the porters to handle it. They may drop it in the sea." Rosilda pulled her hat firmly down over her ears as a strong breeze gusted along the dock. From the moment Princess Marianne had heard of her travel arrangements, she had stopped treating Rosilda like a school friend and started talking to her as if she was a servant. And even then her manners were not the same as Rosilda had learnt as a child. She had been brought up to talk to the people who worked for one with consideration. So I must make allowances and remember that she is a princess, Rosilda muttered to herself as she struggled up the long gangway, carrying her little travelling bag as well as Marianne's large red leather case. "I suppose she has had people to wait on her hand and foot since she was a baby, and expects everyone to do exactly what she wants all of the time," Rosilda mused to herself. Once on board, she was guided by a steward to the cabin that she was sharing with the princess. Marianne was sitting by herself, peering intently out of the porthole at the intense activity on the dock directly below. She jumped as Rosilda closed the cabin door. "Goodness, you have been an age, Rosilda. I need my hairbrushes from the case. Oh, I look such a sight. I don't understand why I couldn't wear my best clothes, travelling in this old cloak and hat, no earrings and no necklace. Oh, I look like a dreadful old cook at school." Rosilda opened the red leather case and found the silver-backed hairbrushes. She smiled. The beautiful young girl with her long curly black hair was nothing like Annie, the overweight and red-faced school cook. Sir Andrew was insistent that we should travel incognito, Rosilda said, taking off her cloak and pulling her tightly fitting hat from her head. I expect he didn't want you to be troubled in any way by protocol, and your cloak is of the very best midnight velvet. I'm certain that poor cook owns nothing so fine. Marianne frowned, and then smoothed the wrinkle out of her forehead with a slender white finger. I expect Sir Andrew is scared someone will try to kidnap me again, she said complacently. He is a very good-looking man, isn't he? Rosilda felt a faint blush rise in her cheeks. Is he? I hadn't noticed, she said swiftly. And why would you be in danger of being kidnapped? The princess yawned. I'm so tired. Always, as my brother's sister, I am the one in danger. That man by the lake, when we fell in the water, he was surely about to carry me away with him. She glanced up at Rosilda through the cloud of dark curls she was brushing out, but Rosilda did not see the calculation in her eyes. He was just some gypsy boy we startled. Surely Sir Andrew would have informed us if you had been in any danger. Marianne shrugged, clearly suddenly bored with the conversation. She then stood up and gazed once more out of the porthole. Perhaps. Who knows? Anyway, if I was in real danger, my brother would have sent guards for me, not just this man who does not even wear a sword. Rosilda laughed. Oh, Marianne, men don't walk around in England wearing swords anymore. You should call me princess. Rosilda made a face. I remember that Sir Andrew was most insistent that we should not use your title whilst we were travelling, and then anyway, I have always called you Marianne at school. Oh, very well, but once we are home, you must use my title. My brother will insist on all the formalities being observed at court. Rosilda sighed silently. Only the joy of knowing that one of her lifelong dreams was going to come true. She would see Paris and journey deep into the very heart of Europe, kept her from feeling that in accepting this assignment she had made a big mistake. It will be interesting to meet your brother, she now remarked. How old is he? Marianne laughed. 27. Oh, he is very handsome. All the girls fall in love with him, and I expect you will too. But it will do you no good. Franz is to marry a princess from a rich Austrian family. I have no intention of falling in love with anyone, Rosilda retorted with considerable spirit, and then changed the subject. Do you want to come on deck to watch us leaving the harbour? She now suggested to Marianne. It is said to be a fascinating experience. Marianne shook her head decisively. No, certainly not. It will be chilly and windy on deck. Too much cold air ruins my complexion, so I will stay here and rest. Rosilda left her lying on the little couch, and well wrapped up in her warm cloak, she made her way down the corridor and out onto the deck. The ferry was about to set sail across the channel. Steam and smoke poured out from the funnels, and a late passenger rushed up the gangway, ignoring the shouts and orders as the huge ropes holding the boat to the dock were cast off. Cheers and laughter echoed from the crowd below, and handkerchiefs were waved as the ferry pulled slowly away, heading out of Dover harbour towards the coast of France. Rosilda leant over the ship's rails, her eyes wide with excitement, taking in the colourful scene displayed below her. All was tension, bustle, and noise, and she watched until the mass of people on the dock were just tiny figures, who eventually vanished from sight as the white cliffs of Dover became the backdrop to the sea. This was just what she had always dreamed of, travelling abroad to unknown destinations. No matter how annoying Sir Andrew Dexter and Princess Marianne were, she was completely determined that under all circumstances They would not be allowed to spoil this unique experience for her. Unaware that he was being annoying, Sir Andrew stopped outside the cabin door, where Princess Marianne and Miss Harvey were resting. He listened intently, but he could hear no sound of talking inside. Good. He hoped that they were both asleep. It would give him a chance to get some fresh air on deck, and think carefully about his plans for the next few hours. He was in no doubt that the princess was in great danger. But where would her enemies strike, and how? At least he had managed to take her out of school and away from England at top speed, but he had no doubt that there were spies everywhere. Their movements would have been noted, and even now he was sure that they were being followed by persons unknown. Had the accident at the lake been just that? Sir Andrew was in no doubt that there had been someone on the bank who had startled the princess. But had he been just some vagrant or gypsy boy, or someone far more threatening? He was looking worried again, rather like the little cocker-spaniel he had once owned and loved as a boy. He could not make up his mind whether he should take Miss Harvey into his confidence. It would be useful to have another pair of eyes on the lookout for danger, but surely she would be terrified to learn that the princess's life was at risk. Miss Rosilda Harvey was very young, hardly out of short skirts. Sir Andrew made his way up onto the deck. He was now angry with himself for choosing this particular girl to chaperone the princess. He could have asked the head mistress to send one of her older members of staff, someone with authority and a sensible outlook on life. Now he thought about it, he had no idea why he had chosen Miss Harvey on the spur of the moment. There had been something about her face, the line of her chin and her enchanting eyes. He found himself smiling. In his mind he could see her now, standing in that gloomy room at the Five Oaks boarding school, her wet hair pulled sharply back from her face into that silly braid that dripped silently onto her dress. The deck of the ferry was empty. Most of the passengers in first class stayed in their private cabins for the night crossing to France, well out of the wind and spray. Sir Andrew stopped suddenly. A young lady was leaning over the rails, her back to him, gazing out to sea as the lights of Dover vanished into the dark. He could not see her face, but was transfixed by the cloud of pale blonde curls that blew in the wind like an unfurling banner, the glare of the moonlight turning them to silver. He could not remember when he had seen anything so ethereal before. He realized later that he must have gulped, because the girl spun round to look at him, and to his astonishment, he realized that it was Rosilda Harvey. "Sir Andrew, you startled me." "Oh, I apologize, Miss Harvey. I thought that you were in your cabin with the princess. I did not expect to see you on deck. And you look—" He gestured vaguely in her direction. Rosilda clapped her hands to her head, trying to contain her flying curls. She could feel her cheeks turning pink. Oh, I do apologize, Sir Andrew. I should not have come on deck without my hat, but it felt so tight after the journey that it was just a relief to take it off. Oh, I must look a fright." No, not at all." Sir Andrew had recovered his senses and leant on the rail next to her. "So, it is goodbye, fair England, and now hello to the delights of Europe. How is the princess faring?" Rosilda smiled. "Oh, she is her usual self, a little tired and irritable, perhaps." Sir Andrew frowned. "A very important young lady. You will take the utmost care of her, won't you?" Rosilda glanced sideways at his handsome face. He was scowling, and his grey eyes were scanning the distant horizon, as if he was seeking the answer to an impossible question. It was obvious that he cared greatly for the princess, and of course Rosilda could understand that. Princess Marianne was such an enchanting and very beautiful girl. Any man would surely fall in love with her. "Have you known her for a long time?" she asked him politely. Sir Andrew pulled his mind back from his worries and ran a tanned hand across his face, wiping away the spray that was being driven through the air by the stiff sea breeze. I met the princess and her brother, the prince, when their father died a few years ago. He paused to gaze at her before adding, Their principality, Montdeaves, is really tiny, but very importantly situated, surrounded as it is on all sides by several equally small principalities who dislike each other intensely. She is very pretty, Rosilda said stiffly, unsure of to why she felt so irritated by his tone of voice. Pretty, elegant, wilful, and so young, Sir Andrew said. But when she grows up and marries... The boat dipped its bows into an English channel that was growing rougher by the minute. Rosilda grasped the rail, swaying gently as the deck rose and fell under her feet. She was tempted to tell Sir Andrew that she was the same age as the princess, but held her tongue. She wondered if he meant that when Marianne was older, he himself would be able to court her and ask for her hand in marriage. But she was a princess. Did an English knight have any chance to marry foreign royalty? Rosilda had no idea, but she was absolutely certain that if Princess Marianne decided Sir Andrew Dexter was the man she wanted to marry, then that is just what would be bound to happen. It was odd to think that they were almost the same age. She felt years older than the dark-haired girl, and with her hair getting steadily wetter in the spray, and her face pinched in the chill breeze, she no doubt looked it as well. "Is the princess likely to marry soon?" she asked as casually as she could. Sir Andrew sighed. He was only too well aware that Franz, the Prince of Montdeaves, was most anxious to link his principality with another small state. He was sure that the princess was aware of her brother's plans, but had no idea whether she approved of them. "We shall have to see," he replied. Then, trying for a more light-hearted and relaxed tone, he asked, "Don't all young ladies wish for a home and a handsome husband?" Rosilda shook her head. "I cannot speak for all young ladies, just for myself. I long to see the world, to travel and experience new places and meet different people before I marry." She smiled before continuing. "I also believe that the way a man looks is not as important as a kind heart and fine character. And I would not dream of marrying anyone I did not love and trust more than life itself." Sir Andrew fell silent, surprised and intrigued by the passion in her voice, and then he said more sharply, "You are looking very pale, Miss Harvey. Does the motion of the ferry upset you?" Rosilda shook her head. "No, Sir Andrew, thank you, but I'm quite well, only tired. If you will excuse me, I think I will rest until we reach France." She dropped him a small bob of a curtsy, turned and hurried below decks to hers and Marianne's cabin. She berated herself for being so foolish, for caring that this man whom she had known for such a short time might be in love with Princess Marianne. "What should it matter to me?" she murmured under her breath. "He is a dictatorial employer, that's all. The princess is welcome to him." As she hurried along the passageway to her cabin, she almost ran full tilt into a young man coming swiftly in the opposite direction. "Oh!" Rosilda staggered and fell against the wall as he brushed past her with no more than a whispered word of apology. Rubbing her bruised shoulder, she opened the cabin door, expecting to find the princess fast asleep. But to her surprise, she was still standing gazing out of the porthole, wrapped in her velvet cloak, her cheeks flushed a deep pink, and her dark hair in disarray. "Goodness, Marianne, you look quite hot," Rosilda said in concern. "I do hope that you haven't caught a chill." She then placed her hand on the girl's forehead. It was hot, and the pulse in her neck was beating fast, as if she had been running. The princess pulled away from her. "Don't fuss so much, Rosilda. I'm quite all right. Goodness. Just because I am a little warm shut away in this dull, stuffy cabin, there is no need to behave like some old nursemaid. Now don't worry me any more. I'm going to try and have a little sleep. Wake me when this horrid ship reaches France." Rosilda sighed and fell silent as the princess flung herself down on the couch and closed her eyes. She moved across to the porthole and stared at the darkness of the sea. The moon was still sending a silver pathway across the waves. They would soon be in France, and then catch the train to Paris. Paris. The very word sent a thrill of excitement through Rosilda's veins. She had always longed to visit the romantic French city, and even with two companions, such as the critical Sir Andrew and the spoilt Princess Marianne, she just knew that she would find it a sublime experience. Pretending to be fast asleep with her eyes tight shut, Princess Marianne tried to relax, but only years of training enabled her to keep herself from smiling and from breaking into joyous laughter. Goodness, what would that old-fashioned Rosilda Harvey and the handsome but old Sir Andrew Dexter say if they knew what she was planning? But they had no idea. Marianne drifted off into a wonderful dream, quite convinced that neither of them would ever know what it was like to fall in love. Chapter 3. I just don't understand why we had to travel on that dreadful, dirty old train. Princess Marianne flung herself down onto her bed and then glared at the dingy hotel room with unconcealed disdain. We should have been on the Paris Express in a comfy first-class compartment, she continued, pouting. And why are we not staying at the best hotel in town? I would not even ask my servants to sleep in here. I'm sure that there will be fleas in the bed and cockroaches in the bathroom. What can Sir Andrew be thinking? Rosilda began unpacking her travel bag. She was very tired from the slow, jolting train and longed to wash the grime from her hands and face. She had to admit that she could not understand why Sir Andrew had changed his plan at what seemed for no purpose. I'm sure he must have a good reason, she said, trying to placate the beautiful but sulky Marianne. Marianne threw off her dark blue velvet coat and tossed it onto the floor. I am not happy. My brother will not be pleased that I have to travel in such a way. I am a princess. I'm used to the very best, not this squalor. Words failed her, and fleas or not, she lay back on the bed, closed her eyes, and refused to continue talking to anyone. Rosilda sighed and picked up the cloak from the floor, hanging it neatly over the back of a chair next to her own. She had to admit that their journey had been most odd. Sir Andrew had hurried them straight off the ferry, and instead of taking them onto the platform where the Paris Express was waiting, he had shepherded them swiftly through the station yard to where an ancient train with a wheezing engine was set to depart for what seemed an unknown destination. They had moved so rapidly that their luggage had almost been left behind on the platform. Sir Andrew had looked in the train corridor for the whole journey, almost as if he was on guard, Rosilda had thought. The two girls had sat together in a small, crowded compartment. Although she had been tired, Rosilda had enjoyed herself. She had been very fascinated by the French people who got on and off the train at each station on the long journey into Paris. Some farmers' wives were on their way to market, and they were laughing and joking with each other. One even had a basket of chickens that clucked and cackled. Rosilda had tried out the little French she knew, and had been very pleased when they had seemed to understand her. They had sold her some freshly baked bread and goat's cheese, and Sir Andrew had thanked her with a warm smile as she had handed him his share of the impromptu picnic. The princess, however, had refused to eat anything at all. She ignored everyone and sat still, gazing out of the window, a furious expression on her face. The train journey had been really tediously long, but eventually, in the late afternoon, they had arrived in Paris, at the Gare du Nord. But any hopes that Rosilda had of seeing some of the many magnificent buildings and avenues she had read so much about were soon dashed. Sir Andrew had hailed a closed cab, and they had clattered through the town without a moment's pause. Marianne had complained angrily during the whole journey, and nothing that Rosilda could say seemed to calm her. But Sir Andrew had seemed unmoved by her anger, which had then exploded into a temper tantrum when they reached this run-down hotel. He had ignored the girls' angry words and ushered them to their room, advising them to rest and relax before dinner. As he left, he had turned to Rosilda and said, "I am sorry, Miss Harvey. I know that you wanted to see some of the Parisian sights, but I do have my reasons for this rather odd planning." Rosilda had stared up into his handsome face, and to her considerable surprise, she realized that Sir Andrew now looked worried, a deep frown creasing his forehead. "I would never doubt that you have the princess's very best interests at heart, Sir Andrew," Rosilda told him, trying to appear supportive. Sir Andrew smiled at her wearily. "So, you trust me then?" Rosilda held out her hand, and he took her gloved fingers briefly in his. "With all my heart," she said, and had then found her blood tingling through her veins as he held her fingers tightly before smiling at her and leaving the room without another word. "Rosilda, I find I have a dreadful headache," the princess said suddenly. "I have now decided that I shall stay here in this horrible room and not come downstairs for dinner this evening." "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Shall I arrange for a light supper to be served to you?" Rosilda suggested. Marianne shook her curls and turned away to face the wall. "No, I think I should sleep now, and will then feel better in the morning. Why don't you go out and explore? I know that you have been longing to see Paris for years and years." Rosilda hesitated. That was a kind suggestion. Perhaps Marianne was not such a spoilt, self-centred girl as she appeared. Sir Andrew had not mentioned any plans to them for the evening. He had left them at their door, proposing that they could eat in the small cafe situated on the ground floor, and he would see them early in the morning. Surely he would not mind if she went out for a short walk through the narrow streets and alleyways near to the hotel. Rosilda could hardly bear to think that she was in this magnificent city and might leave before seeing any of its beauty, now that she was actually here. Making up her mind, she pulled her cloak over her shoulders and, murmuring a quiet goodbye to the princess, left the room, making sure that the door was closed tightly behind her. The entrance hall of the hotel was empty as Rosilda crossed the black and white tiled floor and then opened the front door. She was a little disappointed when she realized that it was raining, but it was only a fine drizzle, and she pulled the hood of her cloak over her head and set out to explore. The cobbled street gleamed in the rain as Rosilda walked along the pavement. She enjoyed looking at the little shops, some selling cheese, some meat, others with windows full of succulent cakes and pastries. She could smell the fresh coffee and garlic, and, as tired as she was, her spirits lifted. She was in Paris. She gave a little skip. She did not mind the rain in the least. It all added to the glorious picture in front of her, which was more in her mind than real life. Suddenly, Rosilda caught sight of a shop window with dresses on display. She stopped abruptly to look, and just then someone rushed out of the alleyway next to the shop, and she felt a sharp pain across her shoulders before she fell heavily to the ground. All was confusion. She heard shouts and scuffles, and then was aware of someone standing over her and footsteps running away down the road. "Princess Marianne, are you hurt? Oh, the very devil! What are you doing here? Where is Miss Harvey? Why has she let you—" Oh, it's you." It was Sir Andrew, and now strong hands were helping Rosilda to her feet, and the hood of her cloak fell backwards, her long blonde hair escaping from its pins to cascade across her shoulders. "Miss Harvey? I thought, well, with the cloak, I was just convinced that you were the princess." Rosilda gazed up into Sir Andrew's eyes. They were frantic with his concern, confirming her belief that he had strong feelings for his charge. "No, Sir Andrew, my mistake. I must have picked up Marianne's cloak when I left the hotel." "And you are not injured?" Rosilda shook her head. No, I believe not, just shaken. She winced. The assailant's blow had glanced off her arm and shoulder, but only because she had stopped so suddenly to gaze in the window of a dress shop. If she had taken another step, the blow would have fallen on her head, and could then have caused her great injury, even death. "Who was that man, and what did he want?" she asked Sir Andrew. "A common thief, I imagine." Rosilda felt confused. There was an odd tone to his voice that she did not fully understand, but she was sure that there was more to this sudden, seemingly unprovoked attack than Sir Andrew was suggesting. "But what did he hope to steal? I have no purse. I wear no jewellery," Rosilda stammered a little incoherently. Sir Andrew hesitated in replying. Then, as if he had suddenly made up his mind, he said, "Miss Harvey, there is something I must tell you, but not here in the street. Look, there is a cosy restaurant here, just round the corner. You must be hungry. Will you join me for dinner?" He smiled, and Rosilda realized how good-looking he was when the stern, worried look left his face. Yes, of course," she returned his smile. "I have to admit that despite all the excitements, I am feeling very hungry. I feel that I should go back to the hotel first and make sure that the princess is safe and well," Sir Andrew said. "She has a bad headache," Rosilda replied. "That was why I came out for a walk, while she wanted to be quiet and rest." Sir Andrew hesitated. If the princess was sleeping, he had no desire to wake her up and hear ever more moans and demands for impossible comforts that were not in his power to grant her. "Then I suggest that we now go straight away to the restaurant," Sir Andrew said. He offered her his arm, and her cheeks flushing pink, Rosilda laid her hand gently on the dark cloth of his jacket. The restaurant was called L'Orchid Bleu, the Blue Orchid, and at this early hour of the evening it was not very busy. They were shown to a table at the front by a waiter, but to Rosilda's astonishment, Sir Andrew shook his head sternly and pointed to a smaller one in the far corner of the room. She took her seat, feeling embarrassed and irritated. "Perhaps he is ashamed to be seen out with me," she thought unhappily. "I am not properly dressed for dinner at a Parisian restaurant, and this old dress has seen too much travelling over the past few days." She stared around with growing interest. She was sorry if Sir Andrew found her company a trial, but this was her first experience of eating out in Paris, and she was determined to enjoy it. The restaurant walls were hung with huge mirrors in ornate gilt frames that reflected the brilliant chandeliers hanging from the gold-painted ceiling. In between the gilt mirrors were paintings of blue orchids tumbling from vast Chinese vases, and then, on each table, a small blue and white vase held orchids that had obviously been stained blue in some clever fashion. The tablecloths were of heavy white linen, but the matching napkins were embroidered with blue orchids, as she might have expected. It was all so enchanting and different. Rosilda could not help recalling the plain, functional dining room at the Five Oaks boarding school for young ladies. Even though it was a school that charged huge fees for educating the girls who attended, there was always a smell in the room and corridors, an odour of polish and cooked cabbage that hung heavily in the air both by day and night. Another waiter appeared at their table and offered them large printed menus with a grand Gallic flourish, but Sir Andrew waved him away. "I think soup and an omelette would be the best for us at the moment. Do you agree, Miss Harvey?" Rosilda, who was feeling a bit overwhelmed at the thought of working out what she could understand on the menu, nodded vigorously. "Indeed, that sounds wonderful, Sir Andrew. And a glass of wine to help us sleep?" Oh, I'm not sure. I don't drink." Sir Andrew smiled and motioned to the waiter, who poured a little sparkling liquid into his glass and waited for the Englishman to taste and nod his approval before filling both glasses. "I respect your principles, Miss Harvey, but this is your first night in Paris, and must surely be celebrated. "I fear that I am not dressed for such an occasion," Rosilda said hesitantly. Sir Andrew looked across the table at her as she raised her glass, admiring the sparkling bubbles that floated to the surface. Admittedly, this girl was wearing a very plain dress, unadorned by jewellery of any type. But nothing could detract from her huge blue eyes and the cascading mass of blonde curls that fell across her shoulders. She was a beautiful English girl, and the tilt of her chin told him that she was very probably a stubborn one as well. "I take no notice of such things," Sir Andrew said. "Now, here is our soup. Mushroom, by the look of it. Eat well, Miss Harvey." Rosilda enjoyed every mouthful of her meal. Sir Andrew was a good companion, although she could tell by the worried expression that often crossed his face that his mind was frequently elsewhere, and she had a pretty good idea where that was, with Princess Marianne. She sighed silently, but could not help admitting that the beautiful, elegant, dark-eyed princess would appeal to any man. When the waiter had cleared away the remains of their omelette and served coffee in little blue cups and tiny marzipan sweets, Sir Andrew leant back in his chair, his face shadowed by the lamplight. "I promised that I would explain something to you, Miss Harvey," he began. "Oh, please do, call me Rosilda. Miss Harvey is so stern and formal," she replied. Sir Andrew smiled at her while twisting one of the orchids from the vase between his fingers. "Rosilda, such a pretty name, as pretty as these blue orchids. Well, Rosilda, what do you know about the principality where your good friend from school, Princess Marianne, comes from?" Rosilda sighed. "Montdeaves. I think it's a very small principality, high up in the mountains of Europe, somewhere between Austria, Italy, and Germany." "Well, that is correct, Rosilda. It is little more than a couple of mountains and a few lakes, linked by some very perilous roads, most like goat tracks in places. But it has a pretty capital, Montdeaves, and it is of vital importance to the peace of Europe." "I had no idea," Rosilda replied. "Marianne always talks about it in such glowing terms, of course, but she still gives the impression that she would so much prefer to live on the French Riviera, or somewhere else more exciting, and in her opinion, more modern in outlook." Sir Andrew shook his head and sipped his coffee slowly. "Montdeaves is ruled by Prince Franz, who is, of course, Marianne's older brother." Rosilda nodded. She had heard a great deal about Franz, that he was tall and fair, and as handsome as a Greek god. She had to admit that she was longing to meet him. At this moment, the prince's small principality is a vital buffer between far bigger nations. It provides a useful base for our diplomats in the region. Sir Andrew paused before he continued, in a lower voice that made him seem almost conspiratorial. "The prince's family has always been a good friend of the British royal family, so their children have always been educated at our best schools, such as Eton and Harrow, and their officers have trained in our army. But all that might change." "Why?" Rosilda was fascinated by this story of Marianne's country. Sir Andrew smiled at her and went on. "Franz, the young prince, is the last of his family apart from his younger sister Marianne. He is unmarried, and if anything should happen to him, then the principality would be plunged into revolution. There are many sorts of factions in the governing circles of Montdeaves who wish the links to Great Britain to be broken, and other ties formed with principalities who are not our friends. The British government is of the opinion that a certain Ernst de Greed, who is one of the prince's advisers, is in fact one of his secret enemies. Unfortunately, we do not have any proof of this, and cannot voice our doubts to the prince, who seems very fond of de Greed, whom he has known all his life." "But where does Marianne come into this picture?" asked Rosilda. "The princess was betrothed at birth to the Duc de Guilant. He is the heir to a powerful family who owns vast acres of land in the region, and who could do much to keep peace in Montdeaves. It is so vital that the marriage takes place as soon as possible." Rosilda pushed her coffee cup away, her gasp one of anger. Poor Marianne! To be married off as some sort of pawn in a game between competing principalities. Does she even know this man? Sir Andrew smiled at the indignation in her voice. "Indeed she does. They have known each other all their lives. She has been brought up to believe that it is her destiny. Obviously, if she did object strongly to marrying the Duc de Guillon, then her brother would not force her to marry him. Rosilda did not know if she believed that to be true. Sir Andrew was a gentleman, and she was quite sure that his code of honour was such that he would never force a woman into marriage against her will. But did Marianne's brother have the same scruples? Or is the stability of his principality more important to him? So I have been ordered by the Foreign Office to escort the princess back home with all speed," Sir Andrew continued. "But information has now reached me that some malevolent forces are at work to prevent her from ever reaching Montdeaves." He sighed before he went on. "The revolutionaries are absolutely determined that the marriage will not take place. I think no. I am certain that the princess's life is at present in great danger." Rosilda gasped, her eyes round with apprehension. "That is why we took a different train to Paris, and the robber who attacked me just now. You think that he mistook me for the princess?" "Exactly." Sir Andrew's face was grim, his dark brows drawn together in a deep frown. Her smiling companion of earlier had gone, and he looked serious as he added, "I had hoped that our departure from England had gone unnoticed, but these events have proved me wrong. I am certain that it was one of Ernst de Greed's men." "Does Marianne know that her life is threatened in this way?" Sir Andrew shook his head. No, I have not told her. I can see little point in distressing her. She is such a sensitive, highly strung girl. I am certain that now you understand the situation, you will be on your guard, and that between us we can surely see her safely into her brother's keeping at Montdeaves." Privately, Rosilda was thinking that Marianne was far tougher than Sir Andrew imagined. But she could tell from the expression on his face and the tone of his voice that he believed implicitly that his charge was a tender, delicate flower. "I will do whatever I can, of course," she replied simply. "But would it not be easier to ask for some guards to protect the princess for the rest of the journey?" "We can move faster when there are just the three of us. Our route will take us through some difficult terrain high in the mountains. Guards would only slow us down. No, we have to move fast, but with care." Rosilda nodded, and Sir Andrew suddenly put down his coffee cup and, reaching across the table, took her hand in his. "I'm sorry to have been forced to break this news to you tonight, Rosilda, but it is vital that you should be on guard for any sign of someone trying to get close to the princess." She felt the colour sweeping into her cheeks as he squeezed her fingers for a second time before letting them go. She felt a rush of envy towards Marianne. It must be wonderful to evoke such feelings in this man. It was hard to imagine a time when Sir Andrew would be so worried and concerned about Rosilda Harvey. No, she was just a rather useful asset to him on this expedition, and she would be wise to remember that. "I will certainly do my very best, Sir Andrew," she said softly. "Now, I will finish my coffee and go back at once to the hotel. I know that the princess is safely in bed and asleep, but I will be happier once I am sitting at her side." Sir Andrew nodded his agreement. He had been about to suggest that they walk along the banks of the River Seine for a few minutes. For some curious reason, he wanted to see Rosilda Harvey's face when she saw the beautiful river at night. But, of course, she was right to return to the hotel. Although he had no doubts that Princess Marianne would be safe, for this evening at least. Sir Andrew would have changed his mind if he had known what had happened earlier that evening. Minutes after Rosilda had left the hotel bedroom, Marianne had pulled on her companion's cloak and hurried along the passage and down the stairs to the ground floor. Ignoring the front entrance, she had pulled the hood up over her head and made her way silently through the kitchen area and out of the hotel by a back door. In the gloomy alleyway that ran along the back of the hotel, a young man with chestnut hair and bright brown eyes was waiting for her. He clasped the princess in his arms, and their lips met in a kiss of longing and passion. "My darling," he whispered to her. "My beloved," she replied, caressing his face. "I knew that you would be here, that you would find me, just as you did by the lake at the school. I left the boat just behind you, and then managed to jump on board the train before it left. I saw you taking a carriage from the station, and waited until it returned, and then paid the driver to tell me which hotel he had taken you to." They embraced again. "So what is going to happen, Marianne?" the young man cried in anguish. "How am I to bear it if you marry Willem?" She pulled away a little from his loving grasp, her face determined. "That is never going to happen, Johann. I love you and only you. I will never, never marry Willem, Duke de Guillaume. No one in the world can make me. That I promise you, on my honour, as a Princess of Montdeaves." Chapter 4. Princess Marianne's passionate words rang out in the darkness of the alleyway at the back of the Parisian hotel. Johann, who held her so tenderly in his arms, laid a hushing finger on her lips. "Quiet, my darling one. Someone will hear. Your guardian might be around, checking to see that you're sleeping." Marianne pouted, and then ran her fingers through his curly chestnut hair. "Sir Andrew Dexter is a tyrant. He insists that I travel incognito with only one companion, not even a maid to help me. My brother will be most upset when he hears from me how I have been so badly treated by that man and his stuffy British Foreign Office." Johann captured her hand and kissed her fingertips tenderly and replied, "I fear it is your brother who wants you to wed the Duke de Guillaume, just as your parents did before they died. My father told me a few years ago that it is important the families and the two principalities are linked by marriage. I fear that your engagement will soon be announced to the world." "So what would your papa say if he knew that we were in love?" Marianne asked curiously. Johann Bernard stroked her hair tenderly. His father was a general in command of the little Montdevian army. A bluff, good-natured man, usually indulgent to his only son, but his unswerving loyalty to Prince Franz and his country overruled all other feelings. Johann sighed deeply. He and Marianne had played together as children, and he thought that he had loved her from the moment he had first seen her, but knew all the time that she was out of his reach, as she had been betrothed to the Duc de Guillaume since birth. If he announced he was in love with the princess, and that, astounding as it seemed, she returned his feelings, Johann knew that his father would bluster, shout, and forbid them to ever meet again. He would undoubtedly send me away, probably as far as America or Australia. I would never be allowed to see you again under any circumstances, Johann answered her. Then I would go with you, or, if there was no time and you left, I would run away afterwards and find you, Marianne declared vehemently. The two of them clung together in the shadow of the hotel, both knowing in their heart of hearts that for all their words of love, the fates were surely lined up against them. At last Marianne whispered, "I must go in. Rosilda will be back soon from her walk, and must not find me missing, or else there will be endless questions asked." There was one more lingering kiss, and then she turned and ran back to the hotel. Rosilda tiptoed quietly into the hotel bedroom she was sharing with Marianne. The lamp was turned down, and the shape of the princess under the bedcovers did not stir. Rosilda sighed with relief. Obviously nothing untoward had happened in her absence. Marianne seemed to be fast asleep. She crept across to check and smiled. The princess had quite clearly felt cold because she had pulled on Rosilda's old cloak and was still wrapped in it under the bedclothes, the hood pulled up firmly over her head. Rosilda found her nightdress and changed out of her travelling clothes as silently as she could. She combed her hair and brushed it before plaiting it up for the night. Her mind was whirling with copious thoughts of the unexpected evening she had just had in Sir Andrew's company. He was such an interesting and intriguing man, and she hoped that she could show him that she was to be trusted with the princess's safety and well-being. On bare feet, she crept quietly to the window, and pulling back the curtains, she peered out into the Parisian night. Where was Sir Andrew sleeping, she wondered? Or was he now standing guard outside somewhere, keeping a watch over the princess from a close distance, and trusting that Rosilda would stay by her side, no matter what happened? Suddenly, she caught sight of a dark shape leaning against a wall in the little alleyway that ran along the back of the hotel. Rosilda strained her eyes, but could only make out that it was a man. She could see the pale blur of his face as he gazed up at the building, and she stepped back quickly in case he spotted her. Thoughtfully, she slid into bed, pulling the covers up to her chin. It had definitely not been Sir Andrew standing there in the night. She knew with all her heart that she would have recognized him. But she had seen that man down there before, and had seen that cloaked shape quite recently as well. And as she fell asleep, she vaguely remembered the man who had bumped into her on board the ferry crossing the Channel from England. Down on the street, young Johann turned away at last from gazing up at the hotel window, where he knew his beloved Marianne was sleeping. He realized that he would have to be up pretty early to make sure that he could be on the same train as her when she travelled on deeper into Europe. As he turned the corner, high above his head, Sir Andrew Dexter opened the shutters of his room and peered out. He had been unable to sleep. His mind was full of a certain young lady's face, sparkling blue eyes and brilliant smile. Now he caught sight of a black cloak vanishing into the night, and a worried look crossed his face. He had the feeling that this journey was not going to be as uncomplicated as he had hoped when he had first been assigned the task by the Foreign Office. Frowning, he threw himself down onto the bed and thumped the pillow into shape, trying to force himself to sleep. But Rosilda's beautiful face danced behind his eyes for many long minutes. He tossed and turned, irritated with himself. This was not the time to have feelings for a young woman, and he pushed aside the memory of pressing inside his diary the blue orchid from the restaurant that he had taken from the vase on their table. 2 days later, a party of weary travellers stepped down from a little train that had huffed and puffed its way to the very end of the branch line that curved up into the lower slopes of a great mountain range. Rosilda groaned and stretched her arms above her head, trying to rid the aches from her muscles. Their journey had taken them south from Paris and then east towards the heart of Europe. They had changed trains frequently until both girls were too tired to speak or argue. Only Sir Andrew seemed unmoved by the journey. He had remained calm and considerate, doing all he could to make the travelling easier for the 2 young ladies in his charge. But Rosilda noticed that he was constantly vigilant, always watching out for anything unusual or suspicious. But apart from all the obvious discomfort, the past few days had been uneventful, and Rosilda even began to wonder if the attack on her in Paris had been an unrelated event, and nothing at all to do with the princess. Thieves and footpads did haunt big cities, she was sure of that, and perhaps She had just been the victim of an unsuccessful attempt at robbery. The last few hours on the little local train had been a nightmare. The carriage had been very small, and the three of them had been crammed in together, and the nearer they progressed to their destination, Princess Marianne's temper had grown more and more uncertain. She had snapped at Sir Andrew and been quite rude to Rosilda when she had tried to make her a little more comfortable. Now, overjoyed to be free from the hot, stuffy train, Rosilda took several deep breaths and smiled as the chill mountain air filled her lungs. She stared round her in delight. Dawn was just about to break, and the lavender and purple sky was slowly turning pale mauve and pink as the sun rose gloriously in the east over the many tall, rather threatening mountains. The station they had arrived at was no more than a length of old wooden planks and a small ticket office with one sleepy guard in attendance. On the other side of the platform was a dusty white track winding down to a huddle of houses in the far distance. On the far side of the track, a wide green meadow, studded with wild flowers, rose steeply up the side of the mountain, and above that, fold upon fold of rocky slopes, led Rosilda's gaze higher and higher, until it reached the snow-capped peaks, blindingly white against the morning sky. "Oh, how incredibly beautiful!" she exclaimed with excitement in her voice. Sir Andrew brushed the dust from his jacket, and a smile crossed his face. "The mountains look wonderful, but they can be deadly, too." Marianne pulled a long amber-coloured scarf from her dark curls and lifted them with both hands to let the cool breeze reach her neck. And then she remarked, "They are only dangerous to those who don't know them. I would be safe, because I have been exploring them my whole life." Rosilda hardly heard her. "They look forbidding, but magnificent at the same time. How lucky you are to live in such a wonderful place, Marianne." And how lucky she was herself, she thought. Goodness, she could be back at Five Oaks boarding school, teaching naughty, inky-fingered little girls how to read and write. Sir Andrew was busy collecting their sparse amount of luggage. Marianne was idly watching as the other passengers hurried past them and vanished down the track towards the small town that nestled quietly at the foot of the first steep slopes. "I am surprised that nobody has recognized me," she said. "But these are mostly poor farming people. They would definitely not expect a princess of Montdeaves to be travelling amongst them in this sort of train. Oh, and certainly not in this degree of discomfort." "The sun will soon be up," Sir Andrew said. "We must now make haste. I want to arrive at Montdeaves by nightfall." Rosilda looked around for a carriage, but all that she could see was a string of tired-looking mules, cared for by a large, villainous-looking man wearing a red bandana around his neck and sporting an unruly black moustache. As she realized that these animals were the means of their travelling higher into the mountains, the man then stepped forward, swept off his battered felt hat, and bowed to Marianne. He spoke in a language Rosilda did not understand, and then Marianne broke in to suggest to the man, "Please use English if you can. It is polite for my companions to know what you are saying." He smiled, bowed deeply again, and said in broken English, "My princess, I am Giorgio, and I am at your service. My heart and my mules are yours to command." Marianne nodded graciously without replying. She started to walk towards the mules, and then she stopped. She spun round. Oh, my purse! How silly of me! I must have left it on the train." "I'll get it," Rosilda offered at once. No, please don't bother. I know exactly where I put it." Before Sir Andrew or Rosilda could stop her, the princess sped back along the track and pulled herself up into the carriage. Sir Andrew cursed under his breath and started to follow her, but within seconds she appeared again, and then hurried back to them, clutching her small velvet purse in her hand. He raised his eyebrows, and then muttered under his breath to Rosilda, "I do believe that our charge is at last learning to look after herself. You are clearly setting her a good example, Rosilda." With a shake of her blonde head, Rosilda smiled at him, basking in Sir Andrew's approval, but not stopping to ask herself why it mattered so much to her. Marianne hurried to where Giorgio and the mules were waiting, and swung herself up to sit on the first one, a white animal with a scarlet side saddle. Giorgio tied the cases onto the smallest mule, and then looked doubtfully at Rosilda. Sir Andrew grinned at her, his eyes twinkling in his tanned face. He held out his hand to help her. "I am afraid our friend here did not realize that there would be another woman in our party. I hope you will be able to manage riding astride. We have a long journey ahead of us, and I don't want to have to wait until another side saddle is found." Rosilda felt hot colour flush into her cheeks, but she was determined not to show him that she was embarrassed in any way. She had often ridden a little fell pony up in the Lake District when she had stayed with her great-aunt for various holidays, and she was determined that Marianne should not find fault with her and accuse her of slowing them down. She held tightly onto Sir Andrew's fingers and felt his strength as he helped her to swing up into the saddle of the mule with the kindest face. Rosilda let go of his hand and murmured, "Thank you, Sir Andrew." She pulled her skirt and petticoat down over her knees as far as they would go, very glad that at least she was wearing serviceable stockings and sensible shoes with low heels. With a curt nod of approval, Sir Andrew mounted the largest mule. Now, with Giorgio in front, leading the way, the little cavalcade set off up the stony track that led high into the towering mountains. Rosilda had to concentrate hard until she found the rhythm of the mule's odd walk. Then she relaxed a little and started to enjoy the ride. She turned as Sir Andrew urged his mount up to walk alongside her. "This is an adventure I did not expect, Sir Andrew." He smiled. "Well, obviously it is not the normal way to enter Montdeaves, but I did not want the princess to arrive by the busy main road that comes through the mountains on the other side of the range. So I came by that last train that brings us to the principality's back door." Rosilda frowned. "The journey has been so uneventful since that man attacked me in Paris. Do you think that we are safe now?" Sir Andrew looked worried, gazing around him at the wild countryside. He peered back down the track for several seconds before replying to her question almost as if he could hear someone following them. Rosilda turned too, to look over her shoulder, but the track curved at that moment, and where they had just ridden was obscured. "I think we are safe," Sir Andrew told her. "This path is known to very few people. If de Greed's villains are waiting for us to arrive, I would anticipate that they are on the main road." "But Giorgio obviously knows the path," suggested Rosilda. Sir Andrew laughed, and she noticed again how this changed his appearance, making him seem much younger and more carefree. "Oh, I know Giorgio of old. He is a smuggler and a rogue, but most useful to me in these troubled times. That is why I arranged for him to meet the train with his mules on this side of the mountain range." "Sir Andrew," the princess was now calling out to him, "I am weary to the very bone. May we stop for a moment, please?" Giorgio pulled his mule to a halt and pointed. "There is a stream 200 yards ahead, sir. We can water the mules and rest for a short while." Sir Andrew hesitated and then nodded. He could see that both of the girls were physically under great strain, although neither had complained until that moment. He well knew that the princess was far more used to these harsh conditions than Rosilda, and he felt a surge of admiration for the girl, whose face was now white with exhaustion under the streaks of dust and dirt. 20 minutes only, and then we must continue to press on. I want to see you safely at home by nightfall, Princess Marianne. Giorgio led the way off the track, and the mules slipped and slid across the stones, their pace quickening as they smelt water. At last they rounded a sharp bend, and Rosilda saw a small stream splashing its way down the steep rock face to form a little pool before disappearing again over the edge of the cliff. Her mule headed for the pool, and she was unable to stop him. Wearily, she dropped the reins and tried to force herself out of the saddle. She could see that by now Marianne had already dismounted and was walking over to the edge of the cliff to gaze out at the magnificent view. Just then, strong hands closed round Rosilda's waist, and she felt herself lifted clear of the saddle. Sir Andrew swung her down onto the ground and held her for a long moment as she tried to balance on the rocky surface. "Oh, thank you," she sighed, unable to look up to meet his eyes. "You have done very well, Rosilda," he said softly. "Most young women would have been complaining for the past 10 miles or so." "My only fear, Sir Andrew, is that I will not be strong enough to climb back onto the mule," Rosilda said in response. She dipped her handkerchief into the pool and swept the wet linen over her face, removing some of the dust and dirt. Giorgio offered her a tin cup of water, and she drank deeply, delighting in the sting in her throat of the ice-cold liquid. Princess Marianne was still staring out across the barren mountainside, her black curls blowing in the wind. Rosilda filled the cup again and carried it across to her. "Here, Marianne, you must be feeling thirsty. Do drink some water." Marianne nodded her thanks and took the tin cup, pushing her curls from her mouth. Rosilda exclaimed, Oh, you've lost your lovely scarf. Did you drop it at the station? I saw you take it off when we climbed down from the train." The princess shrugged. Oh, I expect so. Oh, it's nothing, a mere trifle. I have hundreds of scarves at home, far more beautiful than that old thing. Don't fuss, Rosilda." She moved abruptly away, returning to the mules. Rosilda sighed. She realized that Marianne was just as tired as she was herself, but wished so much that she was not always so impatient and cross. A large flat rock looked very inviting, and Rosilda sank down onto it, gazing out at the view herself. She wished that she had her sketchbook with her, but it was packed in her bag, and she knew that there was no time to retrieve it now. She determined to remember as much of the view as possible, and try to put it down on paper when she had the chance. She heard boots scraping on the ground, and then Sir Andrew threw himself down on the rock beside her. "It's all so exciting and strange here," Rosilda said quietly. "You seem to enjoy all these unusual adventures," he remarked. "Oh, yes, indeed, Sir Andrew. My life has been so quiet and uneventful. I have always longed to travel, to experience weird and wonderful places." "I thought that most young ladies longed to have a rich husband, a nice house and a family." Rosilda looked at him reproachfully. "You are teasing me. Yes, of course I would like all those things, but first I want to travel, see the world and visit distant, far-off lands. This trip is really a dream come true for me." There was silence for a moment, and then she said tentatively, "Do you enjoy travelling, Sir Andrew, or would you rather be at home?" He picked up a couple of stones and threw them into the air, watching them turn and sparkle in the sunlight. "I have a house on the coast near a fishing village in Cornwall," he told her. "It is sadly shut up for most of the year, but sometimes I get away from my duties and visit it." "I don't know Cornwall," Rosilda admitted. "It has strange wild countryside, but no mountains. The sea is always nearby. I have a delightful yacht, and one day—" He stopped suddenly, the stones in his hand falling to the ground. He had been about to tell this girl about his wildest dreams, that he would one day set sail in his yacht, head for the horizon and forget all the problems, wars and treachery that surrounded his working day. "Well, yes, this will not do," he stammered. "We must get on. I need the princess to sleep in her own bed tonight." He strode away, heading back to the mules, calling for Giorgio. Rosilda sat still for a few more minutes, wondering what he had been about to tell her. Then, carefully she picked up the 2 little stones he had been playing with in his hands and hid them deep in the pocket of her skirt. Chapter 5. Halfway down the stairs that led from the upper floors of the palace down to the great hall, a small arched window had been cut into the stone wall. Rosilda paused for a moment as she made her way down to dinner and stared out in the wonder at the incredible view. The palace of Montdeaves lay between the 2 great mountain ranges in a beautiful emerald green valley that stretched just as far as the eye could see towards the rocky, snow-covered slopes that surrounded it. The tiny town of Montdeaves itself lay in a jumble of houses, churches, roads and squares at the bottom of the steep slope where the palace was built. Rosilda caught her breath as the sun finally sank behind a mountain peak and the air immediately became much colder. She shivered and regretfully pulled herself away from the magical view. She knew that it would be considered the height of bad manners to be late for dinner on this, her first evening at the palace. Their arrival had been chaotic. Scores of people were shouting in delight. Servants were running from the palace to take the mules and collect their luggage. Rosilda had been so tired that she had hardly had a chance to look around and inspect her new surroundings. The last few miles of the journey had been really exhausting, the mules slipping and sliding their way down steep rocky paths and zigzagging across the mountainside. When they had reached the outskirts of the town, Rosilda had been aware of pretty timbered buildings, every window decorated with a box of hanging flowers in every possible colour. The meadows were thick with lush grass, and she could hear the sound of cowbells ringing as the tethered animals moved around their pastures. But she had no time to admire the town. Sir Andrew had insisted that the mules broke into a trot to cover the final half a mile. Rosilda had noticed that their guardian had been continually gazing around him, as if, even now, this close to the palace, he was scared that someone would attack them and capture the princess. Then a gate that led into the palace stable-yard had been opened, and with a last surge, the little cavalcade had trotted through. Princess Marianne had been whisked away by a severe-looking, dignified man, who was very obviously a senior member of the court. He had bowed deeply to Sir Andrew, nodded at Rosilda, and then hurried the princess inside the palace. Sir Andrew had rubbed his hands across his dusty hair and pushed an unruly lock from his eyes. He had looked exhausted, and Rosilda had begun to realize just what a strain he had been under for the whole journey. "Well, you have finally delivered your charge safely, Sir Andrew," she had said, wincing as she moved her aching limbs, stiff and sore from the hours spent riding the bony mule. "You must be very pleased," she added. "Indeed I am. I think I would rather face a whole army of native warriors than escort the Princess Marianne another step further," he smiled. He had chuckled, and then frowned at the slender figure in front of him, as Rosilda winced again. "Oh, I would suggest you take a hot bath and a long rest before dinner tonight. You will want to be at your best before meeting the prince, I'm sure." Rosilda felt the colour rising up in her cheeks. She realized that she looked dishevelled and rather dirty compared to the princess, who had dismounted from her mule, looking as cool and unruffled as if she had been arriving in a gold coach. "Perhaps he thinks I will be an embarrassment to him in front of these important people," she thought sadly. "A bath would be most welcome," she had replied to Sir Andrew stiffly, averting her gaze from his piercing green eyes. He had started to speak, and then turned away as a servant hovered at his side, obviously ready to escort them to their rooms. He did not understand why the spark had died from the young English girl's beautiful blue eyes. He could see that she was sore and weary from the long ride, and was full of admiration for the way that she had not complained or asked to rest. She had almost cried with joy at her wonderful hot bath, and being able to wash her hair free from dust and travel dirt. She feared the skirt she had been wearing to ride on the mule was beyond repair, but a maid had taken away her pink dress and returned it sponged and pressed. She laid it carefully out on the high bed that was covered by a strange, fluffy white counterpane that looked like a giant mound of snow. There had just been time for Rosilda to plait her wet hair and pin it on top of her head before the same maid had told her in broken English that dinner would shortly be served in the blue dining room. Now, hours later, reluctantly, Rosilda turned from the magnificent view and hurried on down the great spiral stairway. As she hesitated on a vast marble-floored landing, wondering where she should go next, an equerry motioned her towards a door and flung it open for her. A buzz of noise and conversation swirled around Rosilda's head as she entered the room. She stood for a moment, unaware that her cheeks were as naturally pink as her dress, and that tendrils of her blonde curls were escaping her hurriedly placed pins to frame her face in golden tresses. Rosilda hesitated, looking round her for a familiar face. She spotted Sir Andrew, a glass of champagne in his hand, talking to a red-headed woman, tall and elegant in emerald silk. Rosilda bit her lip. He had not even noticed her, but then why should he? She meant nothing to him now that her task was done. Suddenly, Princess Marianne was there in front of her, wearing a beautiful velvet dress the colour of sunshine. A tall, blonde-haired man dressed in an unfamiliar uniform was at her side. "Franz," Marianne began, "I must introduce you to my chaperone. This is my friend, Miss Rosilda Harvey, who was, believe it or not, a pupil at that dreadful school you sent me to in England. Rosilda has been by my side for the entire trip across Europe." She gave Rosilda a dazzling smile and tapped her arm with her fan. "And Rosilda, may I introduce my brother, Prince Franz of Montdeaves?" Rosilda dropped him a deep curtsy, and then she felt her hand taken to help her rise again. The prince smiled warmly and touched her fingers to his lips. "My very dear Miss Harvey, you are welcome in my home and principality. You have my heartfelt thanks for helping to bring my beloved sister safely back home to us. I am certain it cannot have been an easy task." "La-di-da, Franz. I can see no reason for you to make such a remark," Marianne exclaimed crossly. The prince's blue eyes twinkled. "My dear sister, I have known you since you were a baby in the royal cradle. No journey with you could ever be uneventful." He grinned at her before continuing. "Why, I can well remember you running away from your governess and hiding on the mountainside when you were just 7. You were with young Johnny Burnett, who shared your lesson, if I remember correctly. The boy had a whipping from his father, and from mine, when you were discovered." There was a short silence, and then the princess exclaimed, "Oh, how silly of me. I have broken my fan. Well, Franz, let's not bore Rosilda with stories of my childhood. It must be nearly time for dinner to be served." And she turned away, but not before Rosilda had noticed that her knuckles were tight and white across the pieces of delicate bamboo that had been the struts of the beautiful fan. It seemed to her that the princess had broken the fan on purpose. The prince looked questioningly at his sister, then his face cleared and he laughed. "Dear Marianne, always so impatient. I don't envy you your journey, but whatever she may say, you have my thanks, Miss Harvey." She dropped a little bob in reply, and then, to her amazement, found that he was holding out his arm to her. "Please, will you be so kind as to be my companion for dinner?" Rosilda gasped. "Why, Prince Franz, this is such an honor, but I am not... I mean, She gazed round wildly, hoping for some way of distracting him. Amongst all these glittering dresses and uniforms, her pink dress made her look like a little sparrow standing in a field of peacocks and hummingbirds. Across the room, she could see Sir Andrew looking at her, scowling heavily. The red-headed woman at his side was glaring at her as well. Oh no! Was she being impolite to the prince by refusing? Was there some subtle form of etiquette that she was offending by her behaviour? She raised her chin defiantly. Well, Sir Andrew could scold all he liked. Prince Franz seemed a very pleasant man, and she could not see that sitting next to him at supper was going to destroy the special relationship between Great Britain and Montdeaves. Placing her hand defiantly onto the prince's arm, Rosilda smiled at him and allowed herself to be escorted from the room and into the grand ornate dining room. 2 vast, sparkling chandeliers hung from a high ceiling that was painted with pictures of saints and angels. Fine paintings adorned walls lined with pale blue silk, their gilt and golden frames gleaming in the brilliant lights. The long mahogany table was groaning with gold plates and cutlery, sparkling wine goblets whose heavily cut bowls were rimmed with gold and crystal, vases of deep white and gold roses. Rosilda felt her legs tremble, but she was totally determined not to be overawed by this exhibition of wealth and magnificence. The prince took his seat in the centre of the table, and Rosilda was placed on his left side, and Princess Marianne on his right. When Rosilda looked up, she now realized that Sir Andrew was sitting directly on the other side of the table to her, with the red-headed woman on his left. He now addressed her across the table. "Miss Harvey, I don't think that you have met the Grand Duchess Liesel von Gortelp. Grand Duchess, may I present the young lady sitting opposite to us, Miss Rosilda Harvey, who helped the princess on her long journey from England." The Grand Duchess replied effusively, "Oh, the little governess girl. I am pleased to meet you, Miss Harvey. Or may I call you Rosilda? We tend not to stand on ceremony over here in Montdeaves. I have at long last educated Sir Andrew in these matters. My name is Liesel, and as for the rest of the title, who cares about such fripperies these days?" Rosilda now carefully straightened one of the many knives at the side of her plate. She had a shrewd idea that the red-headed woman probably did care about such protocol very much indeed. Well, she had no intention of being condescended by this woman, no matter how beautiful or titled she may be. Rosilda responded in the most controlled voice that she could manage. "By all means, do call me Rosilda. I have no wish to stand on ceremony either, but I fear that you have been misinformed about me. I am not a governess. I am just another pupil from the princess's school in England." Liesel laughed and lay a hand heavy with diamond rings on Sir Andrew's wrist. "1,000 apologies. I did not realize that you would be offended by being called a teacher. It is the man by my side whom you should chide, Rosilda. He is the one who told me that you had given up teaching the younger children at your school to help our dear princess." Rosilda felt a cold wash of sorrow flood through her. Of course, Sir Andrew was correct. That had been about to be her fate before he offered her the job back in that dim, dusty room in Five Oaks boarding school. Obviously, that was how he saw her, as a penniless, homeless girl who should be grateful for the chance to travel and experience all she had done and seen on this adventure to Montdeaves. "I had not made up my mind what to do with the rest of my life," she said simply. She raised her head to find Sir Andrew staring at her, his dark brows drawn together in a heavy frown. "I am still undecided," she went on. "The world is a vast place, full of wonders. I would like to see as many as I possibly can. But a young girl such as you may find it difficult to travel," the Grand Duchess said dismissively. "I will find a way," Rosilda retorted firmly. "This world can be a dangerous place. Sir Andrew commented, especially for a female on her own. Rosilda glanced across the table and realized that he was frowning at her. Miss Harvey, you are neglecting me, and that will never do. The prince's cheerful voice rang out at her side, and with relief she turned away from Sir Andrew's angry glare to talk to the charming Montdeavian. I do hope you will enjoy our Montdeavian food, he began. Ah, the first course is about to be served. Soup made from the freshest of our mountain vegetables, with a touch of paprika. I would hope that you will find it not too hot for your taste. Rosilda allowed the young prince to talk on as she tried to eat, but she found that her hunger had vanished, and although the soup and the other courses that followed were delicious, she had trouble in making any impression on the food on her plate. She was also aware that some of the other guests at the table were tending to send back plates that had not been emptied either. Sir Andrew had pushed his aside and seemed to be devoting his time to the Grand Duchess Liesel. And on Prince Franz's other side, Rosilda realized that Princess Marianne had made no attempt at all to eat. In fact, she was so quiet that at least even her brother noticed it. "Why, Marianne, you seem downhearted," he said. "What can be wrong? I thought that you would be thrilled to be home once more." The princess picked up her wine-glass and took a small sip of the sparkling champagne. "Oh, I am, dearest brother. I am just weary from the journey, I expect." The prince smiled broadly. "Well, I have a surprise for you that will certainly bring a change to your pretty face." He paused before he continued. "I have organized a state ball to celebrate both your return to Montdeaves and then to announce your official engagement to the Duc de Guillaume. We must soon all sit down and start planning your wedding." The princess put down her glass so sharply that the champagne spilt over the edge. She waved away a servant who immediately rushed to mop it up. "Don't worry, it's nothing," she snapped. Then she turned and replied to her brother, Oh, so there is to be a ball. But why celebrate an engagement that has been in existence almost since the day I was born?" The prince laughed. "It must be announced officially, with my blessing. The people of Montdeaves will be happy to see such an event. Linking our principality with that of the dukes will be a great relief to anyone in these uncertain times. Don't you agree, Sir Andrew? My government has always declared itself to be in favour of such a union, sir." Rosilda felt confused. Was that what Sir Andrew believed himself, or was he just giving the official British opinion? She sighed. A union of two principalities was one thing, but this was a union between two people. Where did love and honour and affection come into this equation? "You will no doubt enjoy the ball, Miss Harvey?" the prince said, turning to her. "I shall insist on dancing several times with you. I feel certain that you waltz quite divinely." Sir Andrew then intervened. "I am afraid that you will be denied that pleasure, sir. Miss Harvey will be on her way home by then." Sir Andrew's voice sounded harsh across the table, and Rosilda almost flinched, fighting to keep the tears from filling her eyes. Of course, she must go home. She did not know why she had not thought about it before. She had only been employed to escort Marianne to Montdeaves. Her part in that journey was now over, and she must go back to the dreary Five Oaks boarding school and beg the headmistress to take her back as a junior teacher to the youngest girls. Sir Andrew would no doubt stay on here at the palace to watch over the princess in the future. Rosilda had not yet met Ernst de Greed, the man suspected of being behind the attacks on Marianne, but she felt sure that Sir Andrew would take every care that this enemy could not hurt the princess. And naturally, Marianne was now at her home, and everyone would be watching for her. Rosilda was not needed, but surely there had been no necessity for him to dismiss her so abruptly, and in front of everyone, over dinner. Goodness, Sir Andrew, you sound as if you cannot wait to see the back of poor little Miss Harvey, the Grand Duchess Liesel said, laughing lightly. Not at all, but I am sure that Miss Harvey will be keen to return to England and back to her own life. Rosilda realized that she was screwing up her thick linen napkin into a tangled mess. Carefully, she forced herself to relax. There was no way that she would let Sir Andrew realize how much his words upset her. Indeed, that is true, she now said lightly. You are very kind, Prince Franz, but I am looking forward to travelling back across Europe and seeing places we did not visit on our way here. Sir Andrew forced himself to relax. He had not meant to sound so dismissive, but he had hated to watch Prince Franz leaning over to talk so intimately with Rosilda, his shoulder brushing against hers, and declaring his desire to dance with her at the ball. Sir Andrew was a man of the world, and he had no doubts as to the sort of male young prince Franz was. Good-hearted and kind in a careless fashion, but he had been spoilt from birth, and had only to click his fingers for one pretty girl after another to come running to be his companion. There was no way that Sir Andrew was going to allow Rosilda Harvey to fall into the trap of believing that Prince Franz's attentions were anything but a game. If she once thought that they were genuine, then anything might happen, and he refused to let her lose her reputation just because he had asked her to help him with the princess. He looked across the dinner table, trying to read her expression. Her eyes were glistening, and for one moment he thought that she might be about to cry. Then he realized that she was laughing once again at something the prince was whispering to her, and then Sir Andrew vowed to have Rosilda Harvey out of Montdeaves as soon as it was possible to do so. And he had another deeper reason for his concerns. Rosilda and Marianne thought that all the danger to the princess had passed, but Sir Andrew was not at all sure. He had caught a rumour of revolution in the air, and the last thing he wanted was for Rosilda to be caught up in that. Since arriving back at Montdeaves, he had seen that Ernst de Greed was still the prince's close confidant. He had wormed his way into the boy's affections since his parents had died. But Sir Andrew knew that he had no real proof that Ernst de Greed was behind the rumours of revolution, and until he had something definite to go on, he recognized that the prince would never believe him. Princess Marianne sat longing for the meal to be over. So there was to be a grand ball and an official announcement of her engagement to Willem, the Duke de Guilan. It was to be expected, of course. She had always known in the back of her mind that this dreadful day would arrive at some time. But before very long, her darling Johann would be in Montdeaves. Together, they would have to find some way of stopping this marriage. At long last, Marianne realized that the meal was over, and she rose to lead the ladies out of the room, leaving the gentlemen to their brandy and cigars. As they then walked over the great, shining, marble-floored hall, the Grand Duchess Liesel stopped to adjust her shoe, letting the other women enter the drawing-room before her. When the hall was empty, a tall, broad-shouldered man appeared from the shadows behind her. "Well," he muttered. Oh, there you are, Ernst. I was wondering why you were not at dinner," the Grand Duchess said. "I had business to attend to," he replied to her, his expression hard and calculating. "Tell me, is there anything new that I should know?" "There is to be a ball to celebrate the chit's return to Montdeaves and her forthcoming marriage to the Guilan boy." Ernst de Greed frowned. "A marriage we know must never take place." "Agreed." "Will the Englishman be a problem?" The Grand Duchess shrugged. "No, I can vouch to you that Sir Andrew will not get in your way. I already have him wound round my little finger." "And the chaperone?" Liesel laughed, the sound cold and unfeeling. "Her? Oh, she is a little nobody, and will soon be on her way home. We certainly do not need to worry about Rosilda Harvey." Ernst de Greed smiled cruelly. "At the same time, she is pretty enough for me to wish to have some sport with. But I don't want to become distracted. Princess Marianne is our only quarry, and we must not let nothing and no one get in our way." Chapter 6. 2 days later, Rosilda was standing in the vast, ornate entrance hall of the Montdeaves palace, her battered leather travelling bag at her feet. She was there waiting for the carriage that would transport her to the little railway station to catch the first train of many on her long journey home to England. She would be arriving at the station by the road that ran directly out of the valley, over a high pass between two great mountains, and then down the slope in a series of long zigzags. This was the official route into Montdeaves, and it was very different to the tortuous mountain climb on muleback that she had endured on the inward journey. Rosilda sighed. She was still bitterly upset at being sent home so soon by Sir Andrew, but she had to admit that there was nothing else for her to do here in Montdeaves. Princess Marianne no longer needed a chaperone. She had maids, attendants, and even a bodyguard of her own, although no one had mentioned to her if she was still in danger. Rosilda had glimpsed Ernst de Greed, the man Sir Andrew had warned her about, from a distance, but had not spoken to him. He had been laughing and joking with the prince and Marianne, and Rosilda thought that it was very difficult to believe that the large, jovial gentleman meant any harm to the young princess. Marianne had been very off-hand, almost distant to her, since they had arrived in Montdeaves, and Rosilda could not understand this behaviour on her part. She even missed her complaining and her sarcastic remarks. This quiet, withdrawn young lady worried Rosilda. She seemed so unlike her usual animated self. She had asked Marianne if she was quite well, but the girl had just snapped back. "Of course I am very well. Don't always fuss about me so much, Rosilda." The only time she had resembled the old Marianne was yesterday evening, when she had summoned Rosilda to her bedroom and waved an imperious hand towards a heap of clothes lying on the silk-covered bed. "Take what you want, Rosilda. Nothing there suits me any further, and you can hardly travel back to England wearing the few clothes you are left with. Your stockings must be threadbare by now." Rosilda's eyes widened in amazement. There were mounds of travelling skirts and jackets, day dresses, shawls, stockings, and petticoats. And there was also a beautiful pale violet evening dress, the silken folds of which slid through her fingers like water. "Oh, but Marianne, these are all far too fine for me," Rosilda exclaimed. "Where would I wear such a wonderful evening gown?" The princess shrugged and turned away to gaze out of the window towards the high mountains. "Oh, Rosilda, you cannot possibly know what lies in store for you in the future. Anything can happen to you in life. You might well marry a rich man, and then have countless functions to attend. Well, I think that is very unlikely." Marianne sighed. "Do you have a nice evening gown at home?" Rosilda shook her head. She was reluctant to admit that she had never yet in her life been to a ball. Her great-aunt Beatrice had certainly never taken her to one, and although dancing had been taught at the Five Oaks boarding school for young ladies, there had never been a chance to put the lessons into practice at a real ball. "Then do stop looking so doubtful," Marianne had continued. "My maid will pack everything in a trunk for you, and it will be taken to the railway station." She laughed before she added, "Just be grateful that Sir Andrew is sending you on a proper train, and you don't have to carry everything on a mule again." Impulsively, Rosilda stepped forward and hugged the princess. "Thank you so much, Marianne, and I do so hope that you will be very happy in your future life with your husband-to-be. I am only so sad that I shall not be here to meet him." Marianne had hugged her back for a second, and then pulled away. "Oh, he is a nice enough young man," she replied. "Boring, but kind. Our marriage will be a great relief to everyone." She turned away as she spoke, and Rosilda frowned as she thought that the princess had finished her sentence with the words, "except me." But that was nonsense, of course. Marianne appeared to have a very sensible, down-to-earth approach to her forthcoming wedding, but then appearances could be deceptive. If she was having doubts... Feeling concerned, Rosilda held out her hand. "Marianne, if you should wish to change your mind, surely your brother would not force you to marry someone if you really did not wish to do so." The princess was once again staring fixedly out of the window in her room, as if the glorious view deserved all her interest. "Do you believe that you will only marry for love, Rosilda?" she finally turned and asked. "Indeed I do. But I also appreciate as well that my circumstances are very different to yours. No one will ever want to marry me for political reasons." "Well, then you are really lucky. You can follow your heart. Some of us, we cannot, not without a great fight, and sometimes that can be very wearying." Her words struck home with great force, and then, when Rosilda returned to her room, she was blinking back tears of despair. She knew that if she was given a choice, she would indeed follow her heart. Unfortunately, the only man she had ever met whom she could give herself to completely and utterly, heart and soul, could not wait to see the back of her. She lay awake all that long night, holding in her hand the 2 little stones from the mountain that she had sentimentally kept because Sir Andrew had touched them. She knew all too well that in the morning she must say goodbye to a man she had come to love. How could this have possibly happened? He had been no more than friendly to her, and given her no indication that he felt any affection for her at all. But she had grown to admire him, sensing that here was a man of considerable pride and integrity, to whom she could willingly give her love. And Rosilda knew in her heart that she would never see him again. But eventually the long night passed, and now it was time to say her goodbyes and leave Montdeaves forever. At least she felt that she was looking her best. One of the outfits that the princess had given her was a dark blue travelling skirt and jacket, trimmed with pale blue braid and worn over a blue silk blouse. Rosilda's long blonde curls were pinned up under a silly nonsense of a blue hat with its huge feather that curled round, almost touching her eyes. She pushed her fingers inside her jacket pocket and touched the 2 little stones again. She knew it was ridiculous for her to keep them, but somehow she could not force herself to throw them away. Footsteps on the marble floor made her jump. She would have known that step anywhere. Sir Andrew appeared, looking grave, his grey eyes serious. He glanced at his pocket watch and forced himself to smile. "You are on time, I see. A rare ability in young ladies, I believe." Rosilda nodded, not realizing that the blue feather was dancing beside her face, drawing all his attention to her dark blue eyes. "I have a long way to go, Sir Andrew. Starting late can only cause problems with train connections later in the journey." Sir Andrew gave her a rather reluctant smile as he replied to her, "I expect that you will be glad to see England once again." "Yes, but I am also sorry not to see more of this delightful little principality. Will I be able to say goodbye to the prince before I finally leave? It seems rude to just vanish without a word of thanks for his hospitality." Sir Andrew frowned. He had arranged for her journey to begin at this early hour to avoid any such meeting, and it was unheard of for the young prince to be up and about much before 10 in the morning. He normally stayed up very late at night, drinking and playing cards with his friends. Rising early was not something he enjoyed. "I will most certainly convey your thanks to him, Rosilda. Now, I would like to extend my own gratitude to you for all your help during the last few difficult days." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet bag. Looking at her a little quizzically, he then said, I have part of your salary here in gold, Rosilda. The rest I will arrange to be paid to you once you are back in England." Rosilda felt a rush of heat in her cheeks. A salary? Why had she never expected that? But, of course, to Sir Andrew that was just what she was, a paid employee, nothing more. She fought back the temptation to take the money and throw it onto the floor in disgust, but that would be stupid. She was a young girl on her own in Europe. She had no idea of what lay ahead of her on her journey home. Tilting her chin, she then took the small velvet bag, being careful not to let her fingers touch his. "Thank you, Sir Andrew," she said briefly, and then turned away before he could see the tears that she could not control. Sir Andrew hesitated. He could sense that he had upset her, but had no idea how he could make things right between them. Had he offended her by giving her money? Surely not. She had earned every penny for dealing with the dangers, the princess, and the difficult travelling conditions so well. "Your carriage will be here very shortly," he said at last. Rosilda straightened her shoulders. "You have no necessity to wait here with me, Sir Andrew," she said. "I hardly think that I am in danger, standing in the palace hall, and I am sure that you have much more important matters to attend to with your time." Sir Andrew was reaching out to touch her, upset at the obvious anger in her voice, when a footman appeared through the entrance door. He bowed to Sir Andrew and broke into what was obviously a long message in the Montdeavian language. Rosilda watched Sir Andrew's face darken. Whatever the news, it was not good. "Well, Miss Harvey, it looks as if your journey will have to be postponed for a few days," he said eventually, as the footman bowed again and walked away. "Oh, goodness! Well, why is that?" she asked. "There has been a rock fall, something that is quite common in these mountainous areas. In the winter they take the form of avalanches, but in these summer months giant boulders can still hurtle dangerously down from the steepest peaks." Rosilda must then have looked confused, because he went on. "The main pass out of Montdeaves has apparently been blocked. It appears quite regularly, and people are already at work removing the rocks, but the road will not be cleared for at least 3 days. He smiled rather awkwardly as he finished. "So, Miss Harvey, we now have the pleasure of your most charming company at the engagement ball for my sister, after all." Rosilda spun round to find Prince Franz walking towards her, smiling. Tall and fair-haired, he was dressed for riding in pale fawn breeches and a dark brown jacket, carrying an ivory-handled crop. "A natural disaster has resulted in a delight for us all. Don't you agree, Sir Andrew?" Sir Andrew bobbed his head briefly. "I take it that the princess's fiancé and his party will have no problem reaching Montdeaves, sir?" The prince vaguely waved an elegant hand. "Oh, they'll be here for sure. The path across to their principality is still open." He smiled at Rosilda. "Miss Harvey, I am about to set out on my morning ride. May I ask you to accompany me? I am certain that my people will find you a suitable mount, and I would be delighted to show you more of my principality." "Well, I am sure that Miss Harvey will not want to delay you, sir," Sir Andrew intervened. Furious, Rosilda was about to disagree and accept the invitation when another voice came from behind them. "Why, what a splendid idea!" A door had opened, and the Grand Duchess Liesel appeared, resplendent in a dark amber riding skirt and jacket. "You will join us too, won't you, Sir Andrew?" she carried on. To Rosilda's surprise, Sir Andrew smiled and said, Yes, of course. I would be delighted. Miss Harvey and I will have to change into our riding clothes. Shall we say 15 minutes, sir?" The prince looked a little put out that his private ride had been taken over, but obviously he could not tell the Grand Duchess that she was not welcome. He smiled graciously and clicked his fingers to his staff to arrange for horses to be saddled up immediately. Rosilda then hurried up to her room and waited in a fever of impatience for her trunk to be brought back up to her. At last, 2 footmen carried it in, and quickly she threw back the lid and pulled out the red riding habit that Marianne had given her, and a pair of soft brown leather boots that had never been worn. Terrified that she would keep the prince and the others waiting, Rosilda ran down scores of flights of stairs until she reached the stable-yard. She had been in too much of a hurry to think about how hurt she had been by Sir Andrew's determination to keep her in her place, and how upset she had felt that once the Grand Duchess had appeared and invited him, he had suddenly decided that a morning on horseback was a good idea. Outside the palace in the courtyard, all was colour and excitement. The prince and his friends were already mounted and anxious to be off. The air was full of the sounds of horses snorting and stamping, anxious to be away. Stable boys ran in all directions as grooms shouted out instructions, and the prince's bodyguard tried to look inconspicuous on their vast black chargers. The prince was sitting astride a large white stallion and was controlling it effortlessly. The Grand Duchess Liesel was seated side-saddle on a mare, looking elegant and accomplished, monopolizing Sir Andrew and pointing to some detail of interest high on the palace wall that meant she had to lean on his shoulder to balance herself. Just then, Princess Marianne walked out and stood next to Rosilda. "Why, I thought you had left," she said, surprised. "Well, it seems that we are all to ride today," she continued tartly, "and my brother will not take no for an answer." As she spoke, a groom appeared leading out 2 matching dapple-grey horses. "My latest purchases," Prince Franz then boasted. "Twins, as you can see. Very rare in these parts. I think you will enjoy the ride, Marianne." The princess pouted. "I prefer my own pony," she snapped. "But then I suppose, as these are ready—" She took the reins of the nearest horse from the groom and was about to mount when the Grand Duchess said, "Oh, do ride this one, Marianne. It seems to be far the livelier, and I am sure that dear Miss Harvey will prefer a quieter mount." Rosilda felt a flare of temper. Horrid woman, trying to make her feel small and useless. She moved quickly towards the animal the Duchess had indicated, and, taking the reins, swung herself up into the saddle. The horse moved restlessly, and Sir Andrew turned in his saddle, looking rather worried. "Are you sure that you can handle him, Miss Harvey? There is no shame in saying if you would like a quieter mount." Rosilda regarded him rebelliously. "Thank you, Sir Andrew. I am sure I will manage quite well." "Of course you will." The prince manoeuvred his horse between them, a smile lighting up his handsome face. "Come, let's be on our way. We will ride up into the foothills, and then you will have the most splendid view of Montdeaves." With a clatter of hooves and clink of bridles, the little cavalcade set off. The mountains loomed up all around them in the distance, as they trotted gently down the main road from the palace. People passing them and in the fields stopped to wave at the prince, and one little girl ran out with a bunch of wild flowers for the princess, whose irritated expression softened as she accepted them. Before they reached the town, the prince turned off the road and onto the meadowland that sloped up into the mountains. With a shout, he urged his horse forward, and in seconds they were all cantering across the short, wiry grass. Rosilda enjoyed the fresh air in her face for a few minutes, and then she realized that she did not feel entirely happy with the way that her horse was moving. It was throwing its head up and from side to side, and as if Rosilda was not mistaken, the saddle was beginning to slip. She had the dreadful feeling that one of the grooms had not fastened the girths tightly enough. Ahead of her, the Grand Duchess suddenly pointed with her whip to where the meadowland came into a flat plateau. "This way. The view is wonderful," she then called out. Laughing and joking, the group turned their mounts in the direction that she had indicated. Rosilda attempted to do the same, but as her horse's hooves hit the downward slope, It suddenly reacted as if it had been stung by a herd of bees. With a shrill neigh, it flung its head back, twisted and bucked, and then bolted down a narrow path between jumbled boulders. She struggled to keep her seat, trying her hardest to control the horse's mad, headlong charge. Behind her, she heard shouts and yells, and then the thunder of more hoofbeats on the stony ground. Desperately, she tried again to pull the horse up, but it was refusing to obey any of her commands, and the path was growing narrower and narrower as it led deeper into the mountainside. Then, to her utmost horror, Rosilda felt the saddle slip again, and knew that any second she was going to fall beneath the flailing hooves. Just then, the path emerged between two vast rocks into a wide grassy space. In the centre of it was a small emerald-green pool, fed by a trickling waterfall. Rosilda could no longer keep her balance, and just as she felt herself falling, a strong arm wrapped itself round her waist, and she was lifted clear of the saddle. She gulped and gazed up into Sir Andrew's grim face, her arms reaching up to hold him tightly. With a wrench on the reins, he pulled his horse to a halt and gently let Rosilda down. As her feet touched the ground, she felt her knees crumple, and in an instant Sir Andrew was at her side, his face white with worry. "Are you hurt? Tell me, Rosilda, are you injured?" Rosilda opened her eyes and stared up into his dark gaze, and then jumped as she felt his hands on her arms, searching for injuries. No, thank you, Sir Andrew. I'm just out of breath. I was—" She swallowed, but knew she could not pretend. I was scared. You were scared. I was terrified. If anything had happened to you— Sir Andrew stopped abruptly, then helped her to her feet and led her to a patch of soft grass. He stared across the green to where his horse was now grazing, and to his astonishment, Rosilda's mount was now trotting back to join it. "Whatever happened? 1 minute you were there, and the next—" Rosilda shook her head in puzzlement. "The saddle felt a little loose when we started out, but not dangerously so. Then, when we reached the slope and the Grand Duchess led us down it, the saddle slipped higher up the horse's neck, and it seemed to go mad. I have no idea why, but it was almost as if it had been stung by a horsefly." Sir Andrew frowned, and then walked across to the horses and ran a soothing hand down her mount's neck. Rosilda joined him and said, "I can hear the others coming." Swiftly, Sir Andrew felt under the saddlecloth and gave an exclamation of anger and disgust. He turned to show Rosilda what he was holding. It was a large piece of twig covered in vicious-looking thorns. "I don't understand," Rosilda whispered. "How did that get there?" Sir Andrew threw it aside. "Say nothing about this to anyone, Rosilda," he said urgently. "Pretend the horse was too strong for you to control." "Oh, but—" "I think that this was a deliberate attempt on the princess's life. She was meant to ride this animal, but you did instead." He hesitated for a moment before he continued. "The saddle was most probably loosened, knowing that when we reached a slope it would slide, and the thorns would dig cruelly into the horse's flesh, thus causing it to bolt." Rosilda stared at him in horror. "But I thought the danger to Marianne had passed once she was back home." Sir Andrew began to resaddle the horse, waving cheerfully as the rest of the riders trotted along past them. "So did I, Rosilda. So did I," he muttered, so that only she could hear him. "Surely de Greed would not be so stupid as to attack the princess in front of everyone. From now on, we both have to be extra watchful. But you must say nothing to the princess. Promise me. I don't want Marianne to bear the burden of this, especially with her engagement ball about to take place." Sir Andrew looked concerned and then went on. "But have no doubt, Rosilda. There is danger all around us. I am a double fool because I had let my guard down. Oh, if only you had been able to leave this morning. How I wish that you were no longer here in Montdeaves." And he turned away from her, walking across the grass to the prince, smiling and assuring him that they were both unhurt. Rosilda prepared herself to look stupid and a bad horsewoman, blinking back the tears of Sir Andrew's last words. She now realized that her love for him was growing deeper every day, and all he wished for was her to be miles and miles away from him. Chapter 7. The day of Princess Marianne's engagement ball dawned brightly, but in the distance, over the snow-capped mountain-tops, black thunderclouds swirled and gathered. The inhabitants of Montdeaves glared out of their windows early that morning, and knew that by evening they would be experiencing one of the great summer storms that often lashed their pleasant mountain home at this time of the year. Housewives decided not to hang their washing out to dry, and farmers made certain that vulnerable animals were safely under cover. There was nothing anyone could do to protect the crops in the fields, except pray that most of the heavy rains would fall in the mountains, and so only the river meadows would be flooded as the water gushed down into the deep valley. At the palace of Montdeaves, Princess Marianne woke early. She lay gazing up at the ornately painted ceiling of her sumptuous bedroom. A maid knocked on the door and entered, pulled back the blue silk curtains, and gently placed a tray with tea and fruit on her mistress's bed. She coughed and commented sourly, "The crouflet is coming, my lady. All the signs are there." She sounded a little scared, using the local name for the vicious wind that would sweep down from the snowy peaks, and added, "There will be a great storm tonight." Marianne wriggled upright against her silk pillows and stared out of the window towards the distant peaks and the swirling clouds. "Perhaps the ball will be cancelled," she murmured hopefully. Her maid shook her head. "Oh, no. Oh, I'm sure that even the crouflet could not stop such a wonderful event." Marianne nodded at her and gestured her away with a dismissive wave. How she wanted the ball to be cancelled. The thought of making polite conversation with her future in-laws, dancing with her fiancé, pretending to be oh so happy, when in reality she was so desperately in love with Johann, was more than she could bear. It was nothing but a travesty. Pushing the tray to one side, careless of spilling the tea on her pale blue silk coverlet, she slid out of the bed, pulling on her dressing gown, and went to the window. Her gaze did not go to the high peaks, however, but down towards the winding path that led from the palace towards the town of Montdeaves. Every morning since she had arrived from England, she had stared down at the cluster of little houses that lined the path, looking and waiting. And yes, today her waiting was over. Flying from one of the windows, far below her, she could see a bright amber banner, and knew that it was her chiffon scarf, the one she had run back to leave on the train when they had first arrived. She had known that Johann had concealed himself somewhere on the train. Where, she had no idea, but she had complete faith in his ability to stay close by her. Marianne had deliberately left her scarf behind for him to find, and now he was flying it from his window to let her know that he was waiting for her next command, and that he still loved her with all his heart and soul. A tap at the door made her turn swiftly from the window, and as she called out, "Come in," she picked up her teacup and pretended to be busy with her breakfast. A footman came in and bowed to her. "A message from the prince, my lady. He wishes to see you in his study after you have finished breakfast, if that is convenient." Marianne pulled a face. She was quite certain that she knew the reason for this summons. Franz wanted a meeting between her and Ernst de Greed, to make certain that there would be no difficulties this evening at the ball. "Tell my brother that I have a headache, and will be with him as soon as it has passed," she said. Dismissing the footman, the second the door closed behind him, she opened a carved wooden chest. From under a blanket, she pulled out a plain dark red skirt and embroidered blouse such as the local peasant women of Montdeaves usually wore. Feverishly, she threw off her robe and pulled on her disguise. A dark red scarf was tied round her head to hide her ringlets, and then she hurried across the room to where a beautiful tapestry covered the stone wall, facing towards the east. Swiftly, she pushed the canvas aside to reveal a door cut into the thick wall. It swung open onto a tiny flight of steps that wound downwards. Without hesitating for a second, the princess bent down low to pass through the door, and then she pulled it shut behind her. She had found this secret way out of the palace when she had first been given this bedroom. It must have been built into the very fabric of the palace in olden times, when escaping from a siege or battle would have been vital to the survival of the royal family of Montdeaves. She was sure that some of the older servants must know about it, but they had all grown old and retired to other royal establishments where the work was easier and lighter. Marianne was quite sure that the young maids and footmen who served her and Franz now did not know of this escape route. On the floor above the princess's room, Rosilda was also staring out at the window at the distant storm clouds. She was wondering when the rains would come, and hoping that the threatened thunder would lift her headache when it did arrive. She had slept badly, and all she could see when she closed her eyes was Sir Andrew's stern expression as he had told her that he wished she had left Montdeaves. Pressing both her hands against her chest, Rosilda wondered if she could feel her heart breaking. She could feel it pounding tumultuously, as she was wondering if she could survive such extreme emotions as she was now going through. "If only I had not fallen in love with him," she murmured to herself, hot tears trickling down her cheeks. "But even if I was never to see him again, I could carry on with my life as long as I knew that I had earned his respect. But I feel that even has gone." She dabbed her eyes with her handkerchief as her thoughts meandered on. "I am just a nuisance and a problem to Sir Andrew, and he cares no more for me than he does for that skinny mule he rode on the way here." Suddenly, through the blur of her tears, she caught sight of a flash of dark red below her. To her surprise, she saw a woman climbing up the stone steps from what Rosilda imagined now must be the palace cellars. And even from a distance, Rosilda's sharp eyes had no problem in making out who it was. "Oh, my goodness! It's the princess!" she gasped. "What can she be thinking of? She shouldn't be out on her own." Pushing the window open wider, she leant out and watched in horror as the princess turned her back on the palace. She then hurried off down the track towards the town, pulling her scarf forward to hide her face from any casual passers-by. Rosilda was about to shout her name, then realized that it would be stupid. She was too high up, and anyway, Marianne would never hear her. Suddenly, doubts began to form in her mind. Perhaps she had been mistaken. After all, why on earth would Marianne be walking into the town all on her own? And she was wearing very plain clothes, the type one of the maids would wear. She now tried to reason with herself. Rosilda hesitated, then left her room and hurried along the passageway and down the stairs to the princess's room. Outside the door she found Marianne's maid and a footman laughing together. They sprang apart as Rosilda approached, the maid blushing deeply. Rosilda recognized him immediately as the servant who attended on Ernst de Greed. He was a nice-looking man, but his eyes were rather shifty, and she always had a distinct feeling that secretly he despised her. "Is the princess in her room?" she asked. The maid dropped a little bob. "Yes, miss," she replied. Rosilda went to knock on the door, but the footman stepped in her way. Struggling to put together the words in English, he then blurted out, "Princess not to be disturbed. A headache, sorry. Told me to tell my master and the prince." Rosilda felt a wave of relief. Obviously, if this man had just spoken to Marianne, then it could not possibly have been her that she had seen from the window. In a small room, in a tiny house on the edge of the town, Marianne and Johann were locked in each other's arms. "What are we going to do?" he asked in despair. "You know that your brother will never allow us to marry, and tonight is the grand ball." He groaned as he added, "Once your engagement is announced officially to the whole world, then there will be nothing to prevent the marriage taking place at once." Marianne tightened her arms around the young man she loved so much. "I would rather die than marry him," she declared fiercely. "There is only one way out for you and me, but we must act immediately." Johann gazed down into her beautiful, determined face. "What do you mean, my darling?" "We must elope, tonight. If we delay, then I will be watched and guarded, even more than I am now," she cried. "The Englishman, Sir Andrew Dexter, worries that I might be in danger from the revolutionaries. He hardly leaves my side, and when he is not there, then Rosilda takes his place." Johann looked concerned. "Revolutionaries? Marianne, my darling, you must be careful. If anything should happen to you—" The princess stepped back for a moment from his arms and smiled. "It's all nonsense, Johann. Rumours are spread by Franz to make Montdeaves appear more important to the British government." She hesitated before she continued. "Who would want to hurt me? Franz will marry one day and have heirs, I'm sure. His sister is of no use to anyone." Johann still felt troubled. He was not as certain as his beloved. Franz was not engaged, let alone married. If anything should happen to him, then his sister would automatically become the ruler of Montdeaves, and a very important person. He had heard his father talking many times about the powerful men at court, who schemed to control the prince. Men such as the shadowy Ernst de Greed. "Perhaps we are wrong to want to be together," he began. Marianne's eyes blazed, and she placed a slim hand over his lips. "Never say such a thing," she urged him. "We are destined to belong to each other, and once we are married, no one will ever be able to part us." "Then what shall we do?" Marianne became even more determined. "We need 2 good, sure-footed horses, food for the journey, and as much money as you can possibly put together." She paused and then went on. "I will leave the ball and come to you here. In all the noise and excitement, I would not be missed for some hours. By then, we will be across the border." "And then?" "I have an old governess who lives in Paris. She was sacked by my brother for some petty misdemeanor. She hates Franz, and will do everything she can to help me. We will travel to France, and there we will be married." Rosilda spent the day wandering around the palace of Montdeaves, peeping into the beautiful rooms, admiring all the pictures and statues, as well as sublime furniture and priceless ornaments. She discovered a vast library and curled up in a big leather chair, thrilled to discover a whole section of books in English. She was reading a beautifully illustrated volume depicting all the flowers of the world, when a shadow fell between her and the window. Startled, Rosilda looked up to find that Sir Andrew was standing there. "So, there you are, Rosilda," he exclaimed. "I have been looking for you everywhere." Rosilda uncurled her legs and leapt to her feet, but to her horror, she realized that she had cramp in her muscles where they had been tucked under her for an hour or more. She swayed uncertainly, and Sir Andrew's hands shot out to grasp her shoulders and guide her back down to the chair again. "Steady! Are you unwell, Rosilda?" He crouched before her, still holding her shoulders. "Shall I call for a doctor?" Rosilda laughed breathlessly, wishing that he would take his hands away. His touch seemed to burn through the thin material of her white lawn blouse. No, I'm quite well, Sir Andrew. Thank you for your concern. I just felt a little giddy. I've been sitting wasting time for too long." Sir Andrew stood up and rescued the book from where it had fallen onto the floor. "I don't think reading a work such as this can be called wasting anyone's time," he observed. "Most young ladies would prefer light-hearted novels." "I enjoy those as well, but I am particularly fond of flowers, and love to look at all those varieties found in far-off tropical places, where I will never be able to go to see them for myself." Sir Andrew flicked through the pages, and Rosilda saw that for once his stern expression had been replaced by the warm smile she so rarely saw. "Look," he pointed out, "this orchid is only found on a little island in the South Seas." "And a very long way from England," Rosilda said wistfully. Sir Andrew nodded, and wondered fleetingly how it would feel to set sail in his yacht with the woman he had fallen in love with at his side. How wonderful it would be to travel to the South Seas with her, to search for such exotic flowers. Rosilda traced the outline of the orchid in the book, and then blushed as she realized that she was touching Sir Andrew's finger with her own. Swiftly, she pulled her hand away. "Apart from the colour, it looks very like the ones that decorated the walls of that delightful restaurant we dined in when we were in Paris," she whispered. Sir Andrew closed the book with a snap. His memories of that evening were so vivid in his memory. That was when he realized that he was losing his heart to this lovely, golden girl standing in front of him. But then there was far too much going on here in Montdeaves for him to say anything to her. Danger still circled around the princess, and until she was safely married and had left the prince to live with her husband, his job was to keep her safe and secure. And even if it did get an opportunity to lead his own life, what young girl would want to accept a run-down manor house in Cornwall, and a man who could be sent to the other side of the world at a moment's notice to deal with a revolution or an urgent political crisis in a distant principality? "Time is passing," he said abruptly. "I expect you will be wishing to get ready for the ball tonight. It will not do for you to be late and then annoy the prince and his important guests." Rosilda now felt herself blinking back tears that suddenly burnt her eyes. Their precious moment of closeness had vanished, as if it had never happened. Suddenly, she had an overwhelming desire to tell Sir Andrew that she would love to sail across the oceans, to visit distant foreign lands, and explore the exotic beauties of nature, but only with him at her side. But then, no woman could tell a man that she loved him before he had told her. Sir Andrew obviously cared nothing for her. If he did, surely he would speak his heart. But no, he was concerned once again that she did not embarrass him in any way. She left the library and hurried upstairs, unaware that Sir Andrew stood for a long time gazing after her, his expression one of sadness and despair. Rosilda managed to become a little lost on her way back to her room. Her mind was so distracted with unhappiness that she did not realize that she was walking along the corridor past the princess's bedroom and not on her own floor. Chiding herself for her stupidity, she turned to go back and then realized that the door to Marianne's room was ajar. At the far end of the corridor, she could see the princess's maid talking to Ernst de Greed's servant again, their heads close together. Smiling at them despite her own sadness, she gently knocked on the door and walked in without waiting for an answer. Marianne was standing on the far side of the room, apparently rearranging the tapestry that was hanging from the ceiling covering the cold wall. She spun round as she heard Rosilda's footsteps. "Why, oh, Rosilda, you made me jump. What can I do for you? It is late. Should you not be getting ready for the ball?" Rosilda nodded. Yes, I must hurry, but I wanted to thank you once again for my evening gown. Although no one will pay any attention to any other girl once they see you in all your glory. Oh, Marianne, you look just wonderful." Her words were sincere. The princess was wearing a lovely white silk dress trimmed with lace and pretty emerald green ribbons. Her dark ringlets cascaded over her shoulders, and a diamond tiara sparkled in her hair. She wore an opal necklet, the stones shining with fire as the light caught them. Rosilda thought for the very first time since she had met her that Marianne looked every inch a princess. "Well, I'm really glad that you like the dress," she said to Rosilda. She hurried across the room to the blonde girl and wrapped an arm around her waist in a friendly fashion. Rosilda was touched and somewhat surprised by her show of affection. "Yes, it is so lovely. I have never seen a dress like it before," she murmured. Suddenly Rosilda shivered. "It's very cold in here, Marianne," she said. "There is a dreadful draught coming in from somewhere. Well, do be careful not to catch a chill." The princess walked across to the window and shut it with a bang. "There, that should make a difference." She hesitated for a moment, and then undid her opal necklet and handed it to Rosilda. "Here, take this. It will suit your dress so much better than mine." Rosilda gasped. "Well, I cannot accept this. It must surely be a family heirloom at least." The princess turned back to her dressing table and opened a small carved box. "Oh, it really is of no great importance. I wish to wear these pearls tonight." She pulled out a simple string and fastened them round her neck. Rosilda stared in bewilderment at the flashing gems in her hand and the plain, ordinary necklace the princess was now wearing. "But, oh, Rosilda, don't make such a fuss," Marianne snapped, reverting to her old autocratic voice. "The pearls were a gift from my fiancé." Relief flooded through Rosilda as she turned to leave. No wonder the princess wanted to wear them this evening, even though she would have thought that the Duc de Gillon, who was, so rumour had it, incredibly wealthy, could have afforded something a little more splendid. "Oh, and Rosilda." "Yes?" The princess was sitting at her dressing table now, powdering her nose. "I don't expect we will have much time to talk at the ball. There will be so many dignitaries and people I shall have to entertain. I would like to thank you, well, for being so kind to me on our journey to Montdeaves. I am sorry if I was not the nicest travelling companion." Rosilda blinked in astonishment. It was hard to realize that the normally proud and arrogant princess was apologizing to her. "That is quite all right. You were distracted." Her gaze caught Marianne's in the big mirror, and she was horrified to see that the princess seemed to be on the verge of crying. Rosilda next took an impulsive step forward, not quite knowing what she should say, but anxious to comfort her friend. But then the door opened, the little maid bustled in, and the opportunity was lost. Chapter 8. Sir Andrew was standing in the great ballroom of Montdeaves Palace, a glass of champagne untouched in his hand, surveying the glittering crowd before him. The parquet floor gleamed in the light thrown down by 4 vast crystal chandeliers. More crystal lights adorned the walls between the fabulous paintings in their gilt frames. A gallery at the far end of the ballroom was home to a large orchestra, the players resplendent in scarlet and blue uniforms, playing all the latest music for the dancing couples who circled beneath them. And everywhere he looked, he saw the sparkle of diamonds and jewels and the brilliant flashing of medals and decorations. The elegance of all the ladies' dresses stood out against the black and white of the men's evening attire. Sir Andrew's gaze swept over the room once more. He could see Prince Franz in the middle of a group of people, including the bridegroom in waiting, the Duc de Gillon, tall and thin, and his parents. Princess Marianne, stunning in white and emerald green, was dancing with an elderly military gentleman, and Sir Andrew could see, even from a distance, that she looked extremely bored. As he watched, the Duc de Gillon excused himself to his companions and cut in on the old soldier, twirling Marianne away into the middle of the room. Everything seemed secure for the moment, except that the only person Sir Andrew really wanted to see was not there. Then he heard a few shocked whispers, turned, and found himself smiling. Rosilda Harvey was walking into the room, and he thought that he had never seen anyone so beautiful in all his life. She was wearing a pale violet dress made of some material that shimmered as she walked. The skirt was embroidered with flowers and leaves in a shade darker thread. A black velvet belt pulled in her tiny waist, and the puff sleeves were also edged with black velvet ribbon. Her beautiful golden curls were swept up on one side of her head and then cascaded down across her bare shoulder on the other. And at her neck there gleamed a wonderful string of opals that caught the light, shooting purple and green fire as she moved. Sir Andrew strode towards her. He thought that if a stranger arrived at the palace that night, he would immediately think that Rosilda Harvey was the princess. Rosilda. She felt her cheeks colour as Sir Andrew came to her side. She was feeling desperately shy, entering this vast room full of glamorous and confident people, and she was well aware that Marianne would be far too busy to talk to her. She let her fingers touch the tiny pocket hidden in the skirt of her dress, where she had placed the 2 little pebbles that were now her lucky charms. "Sir Andrew," she greeted him, You look wonderful." He took her gloved hand and held it for a long moment. Rosilda shyly raised her glance and felt fire run through her body at the look in his eyes. "May I have this dance?" he asked her, bowing his head slightly. Rosilda nodded, and heart-thumping, allowed him to lead her out amongst the circling couples. The orchestra now played a dreamy waltz, and Rosilda felt that she must have died and gone to heaven as Sir Andrew drew her close, put his arms around her waist, and they began to dance. Their steps matched each other's perfectly, just as if they had waltzed together their whole lives. The glittering ballroom, the distinguished guests in their fashionable clothes, and jewels faded from Rosilda's sight, until it seemed that she and the man she loved were the only couple left in the world, dancing together on clouds of gold. "Ah, Miss Harvey, Rosilda, why, how beautiful you look tonight." Immaculate in a dark blue uniform edged with gold braid, a row of metal ribbons glowing on his chest, Prince Franz appeared suddenly at their sight. They halted in the middle of a step, Rosilda coming back to earth from heaven with a bump of dismay. Prince Franz grasped Rosilda's hand, and she felt a pang of disappointment as Sir Andrew immediately took a step backwards. "May I please have this dance, Rosilda Harvey?" the prince exclaimed. "They are playing another waltz, and you can be assured, therefore, that I will not step on your toes too many times. You do not object, Sir Andrew?" With a last glance back at the silent Englishman, Rosilda let the prince spin her about, aware that his arm was tightly around her waist, and that he was holding her far too close for propriety's sake. "They make a sweet couple, do they not?" Sir Andrew turned from staring at the dancers to find that the Grand Duchess Liesel was now standing by his side. Her ruby-red gown was beautifully cut in the very latest French fashion, the neckline low and revealing, the skirt draped tightly to fit her body. "Do you mean the princess and her fiancé?" he asked grimly. The Grand Duchess laughed lightly and tapped him playfully on the arm with her fan. "Oh, Andrew, you tease me. Of course they are a lovely couple, but I am meaning the prince and your young English friend. So sweet and so innocent. See how she bats her eyelashes at our dear Franz. Why, I do believe that she can flirt better than I can." She glanced up at Sir Andrew's stern, dark face and checked herself. "Oh dear, I do hope I haven't said too much, but I think a word to the wise would be in order. If Miss Harvey believes that there is any chance of her marrying into the Montdeaves royal family, well, then she is going to be most disappointed. Rosilda's mind was in a whirl. The ballroom was spinning around her again in a kaleidoscope of colour and noise, but this time she had no sensation of floating weightless many feet above the dance floor. She was aware of the prince's hot hand holding hers, and could feel his fingers against her back through the thin material of her gown. He was whispering in her ear as they danced, but the sound from the orchestra was so loud that she could not hear clearly what he was saying to her. She thought that he was probably asking her if she was enjoying the ball, so she smiled and said, "Yes, very much, sir." His arm tightened round her, and Rosilda gasped as she felt his breath close on the side of her neck. At last the music stopped, and with much chattering and laughter, the couples made their way either towards the little tables that were scattered along the length of the room, or out into an anteroom where ices and refreshments were being served. "Miss Harvey, no, I feel sure you do not object to my calling you by your so pretty first name, Rosilda. I have arranged for a quiet supper to be served to me later in my room. I do hope that you will do me the honour of joining me." Rosilda bit back an expression of horror. What could she possibly say? This was the head of the Montdeaves royal family. If she refused to go to supper with him, it would be the most dreadful insult. And if she did go— "Excuse me, sir, but may I steal Miss Harvey away from you for a few moments? There is something important that I have to discuss with her, and it will not take me very long." Rosilda spun round in relief, a smile lighting up her face. But the smile vanished as she saw the grim look on Sir Andrew's face. "Oh, certainly, Sir Andrew." The prince grasped Rosilda's hand and raised it to his lips. "Until later, lovely Rosilda." Sir Andrew took her arm and half marched, half walked her across the shining parquet floor and out of one of the tall French windows that opened into the veranda that ran the length of the ballroom. Chinese lanterns had been set every few feet, and they threw dancing shadows across the stone floor. The chill mountain air stung Rosilda's hot cheeks, but she was so glad to be able to breathe deeply for a few seconds. The wind was strengthening, and far in the distance, lightning crackled through dark purple clouds that hid the snow-covered tops of the mountains from view. Sir Andrew dropped her arm and faced her, his grey eyes angry and serious. "Rosilda, you are officially still my employee, and as such I feel it is my duty to warn you of the dangers of flirting with such a man as Prince Franz of Montdeaves." Rosilda was aghast, her temper flaring. How dare he say such a thing to her? "Flirting? I can assure you, sir, that I was doing no such thing." Sir Andrew fought back the overwhelming desire to first shake her and then kiss her. "My dear young lady, I saw you with my own eyes, as did everyone else in the ballroom." Sir Andrew took a deep breath and ploughed on. "You may indeed not hold your reputation dear, but agreeing to have a private supper with a Lothario such as the prince will not do you much good. If you think that your liaison will end in marriage, well then—" Rosilda took a step back away from him, fighting the tears that threatened to run down her face. This was so dreadful she could hardly bear it. It was bad enough that the prince should think that she was of such light virtue that he could propose a private supper together. But that Sir Andrew could believe that she had wanted this to happen hurt her so much that she could not breathe. "Sir Andrew, you are going too far." Sir Andrew felt all the passion and jealousy he had been controlling so well over the past few days begin to rise in his heart. No, I fear that I do not say enough," he snapped. "Whilst you are in Montdeaves, you are my responsibility, and I know it is one you have made abundantly clear that you do not want." He turned away, his face thrown into shadows by the flaring candles that were guttering in the strengthening wind. I would be lying if I said that I am not glad you are here at this time. But Rosilda interrupted him at once. If you really think so badly of me, and wish me elsewhere, then I would have thought that you would be only too pleased that the prince is showing me some little attention. Sir Andrew turned back to her, his eyes blazing. Is that what you think of all his pretty words and smouldering glances are about? A little attention? Oh, damn it, Rosilda! How naive can you be? And before he could stop himself, he had caught her in his arms and was kissing her. Rosilda felt the world spin away from her. All she knew was the warmth of his lips on hers, the tight grasp of his hands around her, and the dramatic thudding of her heart as he held her against his chest. Then he broke away from her, pushing her back, dropping his hands from her arms, and then staring at her, his expression unreadable in the darkness. Rosilda raised shaking fingers to her lips that felt bruised from the force of his kiss. She could not breathe, and could find no words to say. "Sir Andrew! Sir Andrew!" an agitated voice now rang out. The doors to the ballroom were flung open with a crash, and Prince Franz strode out, closely followed by the Grand Duchess Liesel and Ernst de Gried. "Sir?" Sir Andrew stared at him expectantly. "We cannot find my sister. Princess Marianne has vanished." The Grand Duchess tried to put a calming hand on his sleeve and purred, "Sir Andrew, I have told the prince that Marianne could be anywhere in the palace. I expect she just became tired of being on display and is sitting somewhere quietly for a few minutes." "Indeed, my prince, I would agree with the Grand Duchess," Ernst de Gried said impatiently. "She is a flighty young woman who knows what game she is playing." The Grand Duchess smirked with a curl to her lips and continued, "Perhaps she just wants to annoy her fiancé in some way. There is no necessity to overreact, and I am certain that the princess will deign to put in another appearance very soon." Sir Andrew ignored both of them, and then spoke directly to the prince. "Why are you so worried, sir?" Prince Franz paced up and down the veranda. "My sister would do nothing to upset this evening's celebrations. She knows how important this marriage is to Montdeaves. She knows that she has to marry the Duc de Guillaume." "But what then, if she does not want to marry him?" Rosilda murmured, so softly that only Sir Andrew could hear her. He gave her a piercing glance, frowning as he did so. "If the Duke and his parents feel that they are being slighted in some way, they will call off the whole affair," the prince said. "We have to find her. The engagement is scheduled to be officially announced in 20 minutes. I would suggest that you return to your guests, sir, and I will begin the search. I am sure that Miss Harvey will help," Sir Andrew proposed. Rosilda nodded her agreement, but all the time her mind was whirling. She kept seeing a picture of the girl she had been so certain was Marianne, hurrying down the track towards the town earlier that day. But how could it have been? Marianne had been in her room. And why should she have wanted to escape from the palace so secretly? Was that sighting of her something to do with her vanishing tonight? The prince and his companions then returned to the ballroom, and Sir Andrew now looked at Rosilda, wanting to apologize for his dreadful behaviour, but knowing that now was not the time. "Rosilda." She turned and stared up into his dark eyes. "I shall begin to search for the princess right away. And please don't worry about my behaviour any more, Sir Andrew. I shall leave the palace tomorrow morning, even if the mountain pass is not open." And she turned on her heel and swept back into the noise and light and music. Rosilda never knew how she forced herself across the ballroom and upstairs into the bedroom corridors. She was desperately worried about the princess, but overwhelmingly unhappy that Sir Andrew could possibly believe that she was a flirt, a scheming woman out to trap a rich aristocrat into marrying her. But that is just so ridiculous. The prince is royalty. Why would I ever think he would wish to marry me? She mused. Sir Andrew must be losing his mind. Why would he react like that? Why kiss me in such an angry and bruising way? At last, her mind in a turmoil, she reached Princess Marianne's room and pushed open the door. She did not really expect to find her in her room, but for some reason she felt that she must check to make quite certain. As Rosilda walked into the room, she cried out in astonishment. There, on the floor, lay a heap of white and emerald green. The dress that Marianne had been wearing at the ball. There were other signs that someone had dressed swiftly, shoes kicked to one side, drawers pulled half out, her wardrobe left swinging open. She has run away. Rosilda picked up the dress and put it on the bed, staring around her in dismay. Oh, Marianne, oh, what have you done? She sighed. Suddenly, she was aware of a cold draught of air whistling round her ankles. And then she saw it. On the far wall, the beautiful tapestry had been pulled roughly to one side, and there was a small door standing half open. So this was how Marianne secretly came and went from the palace. Oh, oh, the silly, stupid girl, Rosilda exclaimed, but deep down she was not surprised. She remembered Marianne at Five Oaks School, the headstrong behaviour, the determination to always do what she herself wanted, regardless of the consequences. But why is she running away? She asked herself over and over again. What could be so important that she would risk everything her brother has planned, everything that would improve and enhance the safety and well-being of her principality? Rosilda peered through the doorway. A flight of steep steps led downwards into a tight spiral into complete darkness. She again asked herself the question, what would drive a young, impetuous woman to run away from her marriage? And she knew from her own heart that there was only one answer. A man she loved more than life itself. Oh, Marianne, oh, you must be so unhappy. But this is not the answer, she thought to herself. Your brother will be so angry, and not only at you. And Sir Andrew will surely be blamed for not keeping a better eye on you. Without stopping to think, Rosilda stooped, made her way through the small door, and then began a perilous journey down the damp, slippery stone steps that spiraled towards the ground. Just when she thought she could not bear another single second of the horrid black stairway, the cold wind on her face grew much stronger, and she realized that she was now climbing up out of a little basement area and was outside the palace. The wind was growing stronger every second, and Rosilda realized how stupid she had been not to wait to find a cloak or put on some sturdy, sensible shoes. Her thin, dancing slippers that she was still wearing seemed to give her no protection against the stony ground. Soon, her most carefully arranged hairstyle vanished as the gathering storm shook loose her hairpins and her curls cascaded over her shoulders. Taking a deep breath, she began to hurry down the track towards the town. Marianne was somewhere well ahead of her, and so she could only hope that she would find some clue quickly to show her where the girl had gone. If she could bring her back to the palace within the next half hour, then perhaps all would still be well. They could pretend that she had had a bad headache or a fever or something. And if Marianne was really running away from her fiancé, then that was something Rosilda could sympathize with, and hopefully she could ask Sir Andrew to intervene in some way. The storm that had been threatening all day was now getting closer and closer, with the clouds rolling down from the top of the mountains, lightning flickering, and big crashes of thunder. A flash that was even brighter lit up the rocky track in front of her as if it was daylight. Rosilda now realized that she was on the outskirts of the town, walking between small houses that lined the track. Just then, she spotted a figure lying on the ground a few yards ahead of her. Terrified that it was Marianne, she ran forward just as the storm now broke overhead and torrential rain poured down. The figure on the ground groaned loudly as Rosilda reached him, and he then sat up, holding his head. It was a young man, blood seeping from a cut on his forehead. "What happened? Who are you?" Rosilda asked as the rain flattened her hair against her head. Suddenly, she gulped. She recognized him. It was the young man who had pushed past her on the ferry on the journey from England to France. "My name is Johann Burnett. Marianne," the young man moaned. Rosilda grabbed his shoulders and shook him. Yes, Princess Marianne. Where is she? What has happened?" They took her." "Who?" "Men. Two men, hoods and masks. We were running away together. We love each other. Oh, my darling Marianne, I must rescue her." He tried to stand up, then grunted and sank back onto the ground. Rosilda stared around her in despair. There was no time to return to the palace for help. She had to follow the kidnappers, so someone had an idea of where they had taken Marianne. "Which way did they go?" she demanded of him. Johann waved a weak hand at a little path that led up into the mountains. They only have mules. They cannot go very fast. I have a good horse. It's over there. Please help me to my feet. I must go. I must rescue my beloved." Rosilda shook her head. "You are too weak. Listen, I am going to follow them. Go now to the palace as fast as you can, and tell Sir Andrew Dexter what has happened. He will know what to do." And before he could protest again, she had run into the alleyway between the two houses where two horses were tethered. Without stopping to think what she was doing, she undid the halter of the larger horse, gathered up the reins, tucked up her skirt, and swung herself into the saddle. Then, bending her head against the storm and rain, she urged her mount forward on the stony path towards the mountains. "Oh, my dear God, help me, she prayed silently but fervently. "Show me the way." And, as the horse picked its way across the uneven surface, she knew that the one person who she could rely on was the man she loved with all her heart, Sir Andrew Dexter. Chapter 9. Now, standing in the grounds outside the palace of Montdeaves, Sir Andrew pulled loose his black bow tie and stared around, his face contorted with despair. He had just searched the palace stables from the hayloft to the tack-room, wondering if the princess could have concealed herself somewhere in there, although why she should have done such a thing was beyond him. Now the great storm that had been threatening the town all day was gathering force. The cold wind that the locals called the Groufle whistled down from the highest mountain slopes, bringing with it sheets of icy rain. Thunder still grumbled, and occasionally a crackle of lightning pierced the sky. Sir Andrew had also searched the palace from top to bottom, but could find no trace of Princess Marianne anywhere. Her lady's maid had told him that she was not in her room, but eventually he had insisted on being given access to the bedroom, and had discovered a little door set in the stone wall, and the spiral stairs twisting downwards, leading to the outside. There was no doubt in his mind then that Princess Marianne had left the palace, but where she had hidden herself he had no idea. The prince had already announced that his sister had retired from the engagement party because of a very bad headache, but rumours to the contrary soon began to circulate amongst the guests. It had proved impossible, to keep the news of her disappearance from her fiancé, the Duc de Guilan, and his family. As Prince Franz had feared, they had taken great umbrage at Marianne's disappearance and left the palace immediately, and they were convinced that she was deliberately hiding in order to escape her engagement. Prince Franz had lost his temper with his advisers and staff. He obviously believed that his sister was playing some silly, girlish game and was hiding somewhere in the grounds. Angry and upset, he had shut himself in his library and petulantly refused to go back to the ball. With both the hostess and now the host missing, and the atmosphere extremely disturbing, the guests had made their excuses and called for their carriages. The engagement ball was definitely over. Sir Andrew wondered if he was the only person in Montdeaves who did not believe that the princess would hide herself away and embarrass her family just to avoid a betrothal. Surely she is not that sort of girl, he muttered to himself. He pushed his fingers through his dark hair as the wind blew it over his forehead. She is far too headstrong and outspoken for this type of subterfuge, he thought, and I am quite certain that young maid knows considerably more than she is telling me. He cast a final glance around the formal gardens, but there was nowhere amongst the rose bushes and flower beds for Marianne to conceal herself. Maybe Rosilda has found her, he ruminated. Sir Andrew turned to go back inside. She is a forthright and determined young woman. Perhaps she can guess where someone such as Marianne would hide. He tried to push to the back of his mind the quarrel he had had at the ball with the beautiful Rosilda. The quarrel and the kiss. A groan broke from him, and then he plunged his clenched fists into his trouser pockets. What would she think of him now? To kiss her in anger. He was surprised that she had not slapped his face. She would have had every right. But even so, he could well remember the sweetness of her lips under his. But this was not the time or place for his own despair, and for thinking that he had acted like a bounder and a cad towards the woman who he loved more than life itself. With a flourish, a footman opened the main doors for him, but just as Sir Andrew was about to enter the palace, he heard a faint moan coming from behind him. Frowning, he turned and stared out once more into the windy, rain-soaked gardens. Then he gave a start and began to run down the curving stone steps. He could see in front of him a man staggering up the path through the garden. Sir Andrew reached him just as the man's legs gave way, and he sank to his knees with a whimper. "Good Lord, it's Burnett, isn't it? Johann Burnett. What on earth has happened to you?" Sir Andrew could see that he was bleeding from a great blow to his head, and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to staunch the blood. "Marianne, the men, they take her," Johann grunted. And suddenly, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place for Sir Andrew. He had heard idle gossip from the palace staff that Princess Marianne was in love with this young man, her childhood sweetheart, but he had paid the rumours no great heed. Now he realized that that had been a very foolish thing to do. "Where is the princess?" he demanded now. "Gone. Kidnapped," Johann replied. We were eloping. It's wrong, I know, but we love each other so much. But men were lying in wait for us when we went to collect the horses. Someone has betrayed us. They took her and then they hit me. Oh, dear God, they could be anywhere by now," Sir Andrew expostulated. "English girl. She is following them," Johann stuttered. "What?" Sir Andrew grasped Johann's shoulders so tightly he moaned. "What English girl?" he shouted, although he knew the answer even before it came. There was only one English girl in Montdeaves at this time. Blonde, a pretty dress. Came from England with you and, Marianne. Take one of the horses. Following the kidnappers," Johann went on. Sir Andrew stared out at the swirling rain. He was already soaked through to the skin and icy cold, and he was wearing a thick evening jacket. From what this boy was saying, his beloved, adored Rosilda was out there in the storm on horseback, wearing that thin, violet evening gown she had looked so beautiful in only hours before at the ball. His mind was in turmoil. He pulled his wallet from his inside pocket and drew out a piece of folded paper. Inside it lay the small blue orchid from where it had been pressed against his heart for all these long days since their dinner together that night in Paris. He raised it to his lips, knowing that the bitter cold was in his blood as well as his whole body, because he realized that if anything should happen to Rosilda, his own world would then be a bleak, unhappy, and desolate place for as long as he lived. Many miles away, Rosilda was clinging desperately to her horse's mane as it slid and stumbled its way up the rocky path that led deep into the mountains. She was so cold she could hardly breathe, but at least one of her prayers had been answered, as the rain and thunder had eased at long last, and the moon was now out, throwing much-needed light onto the path ahead. Although the raiding deluge had ceased, water was cascading down the mountainsides, and the horses' hooves slipped constantly as loose stones on the path were swept away by floodwater. Rosilda had been soaked through to the skin a long time ago, and now she could no longer feel her feet in the stirrups. She had discovered a heavy blanket tied in a roll behind the saddle, and had managed to pull it free from its straps. With the blanket draped firmly over her head and shoulders, she had managed to protect herself from the worst of the storm. The temptation to turn around and go back to the warmth and comfort of the palace was very great, almost overwhelming. But Rosilda knew that if she lost track of the men who had ridden this way minutes before, they would never be found again. Even now she admitted that if the rain had not just stopped, she would have been unable to see the rocky path. She also knew that she could never face Sir Andrew and admit that she had given up the search for the princess as hopeless. She was certain that he would not have flinched if he had been in her position, and she felt that she owed it to him to continue for as long as she was actually able to do so. She now remembered him telling her in Paris how important Montdeaves was to Great Britain, and knew that it was her duty to do all in her power to find Marianne and bring her back to the safety of the palace. Her horse now stumbled to a halt, its chest heaving with exertion, and she patted its steaming neck to encourage it to continue. Suddenly, she sat up on the horse's back. A little way ahead, further up the mountain slope, a light flickered, once, twice, and then steadied to a regular beam that reflected off the mountain slopes above. Someone had lit a lantern. It must be the kidnappers. Who else would be out on such a wild night? Rosilda murmured to herself, her teeth chattering. They probably think that no one knows where they are, and so are quite happy to stop to rest their mules. She urged her mount forward, and then, after a few paces, a thought crossed her mind, and she reined it to a halt. Sounds travelled a long way in this clear night air, and she was scared that they would hear her coming. I must delay them for as long as possible. Surely Johann will have got to the palace for help, and I know that Sir Andrew will follow me to hell and back. A quiver of warmth ran through her chilled body. No matter how badly he thought of her, she knew that there was a strong bond between them. Rosilda trusted him implicitly to come to her aid, just as she knew that he trusted her to do all in her power to save the princess. At the same time, she had to have faith that her trust in him would be justified. Gathering her courage and wits together, Rosilda slid off her horse and tethered the animal to a bush, which would give it a little protection from the wind. Carefully she crept forward up the winding path, hugging the blanket around her head and shoulders. The rain had darkened her pale violet dress to a deep rusty colour, and she did not believe that, even in the fitful moonlight, she would be too visible in the shadows of the night. The path twisted and turned, narrowing all the time, until it felt just as if the mountain slopes on each side were squeezing her between them. Rosilda reached a pass where there had obviously been a rockfall at some time in the past. It reminded her of the place on the other side of the valley, where her horse had bolted and Sir Andrew had come to her rescue. Giant boulders were scattered in a jumble, and the path narrowed again until it was just wide enough for a mule to squeeze through. Rosilda eased herself extremely carefully between the precarious rocks, and then she found that she was on the edge of a small clearing, and her heart lifted at the scene in front of her. A small fire had been lit, and 2 men were sitting by it, laughing and joking, passing a bottle between them. A lantern gave some light. It was the beam Rosilda had seen earlier. On the side of the clearing closest to Rosilda, there were 3 mules tethered together, and sitting next to them, her hand tied behind her back, was Princess Marianne. She had found her. Desperately, Rosilda tried to decide what to do next. It was vital that the kidnappers did not take the princess any further into the mountains. But at least she was alive. But what would the kidnappers do if they realized that they were being followed? "Dear God, please don't let me have made matters worse," she prayed desperately. "Could I release the mules and make them run off?" Rosilda wondered next, but knew that that plan would not work. Mules were always noisy animals, and even if she managed to untether them before they brayed, clapped her hands and shouted, she doubted if they would run far in the dark. No, there had to be something else. And suddenly, she knew what that was, and realized that God was telling her what she should now do. She must take Marianne's place. Her own safety did not matter. The princess had to be saved at all costs. Gingerly easing herself forward, she crept inch by inch between the big boulders until she was lying flat on the wet, stony ground behind the princess. "Marianne! Marianne! Princess! Hush, hush! Don't say anything. Don't move. I am right behind you," she whispered. The princess flung her head back in astonishment and then froze as the men glanced up. But they were more interested in their drink and soon ignored her again. "Rosilda," Marianne muttered hoarsely. "It can't be you. What are you doing here? And Johann, oh, what has happened to him? He was attacked." "I found him. He will be perfectly all right. He was just dazed. I sent him for help. I am sure your brother and Sir Andrew are on their way as we speak, but we can take no chances. You must escape." "There is no way." "Yes, there is. Listen, Marianne, this is what I want you to do. Follow this path, and you will find my horse." Back down from the mountain, Sir Andrew was urging his mount up the slope, using all his skills as a horseman to entice the best from his steed. A rescue party was being organised at the palace by the prince's adviser, Ernst de Greed, but Sir Andrew knew that he would have gone out of his mind if he had to wait for them. All he could think of was Rosilda being out alone on the dreadful mountainside, alone and in danger. "Oh, my darling girl, why did you do this?" he muttered as his horse's hooves slid on the wet stones and mud. "Why put yourself in such terrible danger?" But he recognized only too well why. Rosilda knew that Princess Marianne was so vitally important both to Montdeaves and to Great Britain. She was not only extremely brave, but a patriot. He had never known anyone with so much courage and belief in doing what she believed to be right. The rain had stopped at last, but there was still a strong wind gusting down from the mountains that retained their ice and snow even in the summer months. Sir Andrew pulled his horse to a standstill. He was sure that he had seen movement further up the path, and now he could hear hooves striking chinks from the stones. "Rosilda!" he shouted out in joy, as a horse with a slim figure in the saddle came stumbling and sliding down the mountain towards him. Then he realized that the curls falling over the girl's face were black, and as he flung himself off his horse to catch the girl, who slid from the saddle into his arms, he knew that this was not his beloved, but Princess Marianne herself. "Princess, I have you. You are safe." Marianne burst into sobs and clutched his arms. "Oh, Sir Andrew, oh, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I just... Princess, where is Rosilda? Have you seen her?" Sir Andrew's voice was hoarse and urgent. He was thanking the gods that the princess was safe, but at what cost? "You must rescue her. Oh, you must. She has taken my place," Marianne cried. "What?" She winced as the Englishman's fingers bit into her arms. "Rosilda insisted. Oh, she was so brave. She managed to creep up behind me in the dark, untied the ropes around my wrists, and then she took my cloak and pulled it over her head. She made me crawl away from the camp and take her horse." Marianne sobbed loudly as she continued. "I left her sitting there, pretending to be asleep. But I have no idea how long it will be until those terrible men realize that they have been duped." Oh, the brave, brave girl," Sir Andrew exclaimed violently. "Listen, how far away are we from them now?" The princess shook her head, tears still trickling down her face. "Perhaps a mile, maybe more. It's hard to tell. I just ran as fast as I could until I found the horse. Oh, what can we do to save her?" Sir Andrew took a deep breath. "The first thing is to make sure that you are safe. Otherwise, Rosilda's courage will be for nothing. Listen to me carefully. Princess Marianne, you need to ride on down the track, and your brother and the rest of the rescue party will be easy to find. Tell them I have gone after Rosilda. Bid them hurry, for God's sake. Tell them to hurry." Rosilda had never felt so alone or scared in all her life. Sitting on the cold stones with the princess's cloak around her shoulders and the hood draped over her hair, she knew that it would only take a few seconds' inspection for one of the kidnappers to check on her and then realize that there had been a substitution. They were obviously drinking spirits, but she had no illusion that they would be too drunk to see that they were guarding a different girl. How long had it been since Marianne had crawled away between the giant boulders? It seemed like hours and hours, but Rosilda was aware that it was probably only 20 minutes or so. But surely they had given her enough time to find the horse and ride away. Unless, the bitter thought then flashed through her mind, the princess had slipped and twisted her ankle, or the horse had freed itself from its tether and wandered off. No, she must give the princess as long as possible to escape. One of the men then stood up and walked towards her, holding in his hand a metal cup full of a disgusting-smelling liquid. Rosilda let the hood of the cloak fall further over her face as she shook her head. The man muttered something in a language she did not understand, and lurched away back to the fire. "Oh dear, oh Lord, help me," Rosilda prayed silently. "I am feeling more and more desperate." Next time, the man was sure to notice that there was something different about his captive. Suddenly, she had to fight back a strong desire to cry out. Something small had flown over her shoulder and landed in her lap. She stared down in astonishment, and even in the moonlight she could see that it was a pressed flower, a small blue orchid, and with a strange surge of happiness she knew that it could only belong to one person, the man she loved so much, Sir Andrew Dexter. He had found her. All her love and faith in him had been justified. Indeed, she knew that she had never doubted for a second that he would rescue her, and he had kept this little flower safe. She could see in her mind's eye his strong fingers twisting the stem between them as he sat at the table in the Parisian restaurant, smiling at her, his dark eyes warm and friendly. Why he had kept the blue orchid so well pressed and preserved, she had no idea. All she knew was a growing warmth that drove the chill from her body, that he was somewhere near her. Right now. Chapter 10. Are you all right, Rosilda? Not injured in any way? Oh, tell me quickly, my darling. I am in agonies of fear for you. A whisper in the voice she loved came from near a large rock just behind her. It was indeed Sir Andrew. He had found her, just as she had always trusted that he would. I'm all right. Don't worry, Sir Andrew. I am not hurt at all. Just very cold, Rosilda murmured. She kept her head down so the sound of her voice would not carry to the two men drinking by the fire. Rosilda, if they had touched you or hurt you, but no, now is not the time for me to lose control. We must get you away from here at once. Tell me, Sir Andrew, is the princess safe? Yes, your bravery has saved not only that sweet girl, but politically you have helped me more than you will ever know. He bent forward towards her as he continued. Now, you will need to stand up and run to me, as fast as you can, my beloved angel. Can we not wait for the rest of the rescue party? I know you would not have come alone. Surely they must be close by. No. Sir Andrew's urgent voice sounded a little louder. I'm on my own. I could not wait. Every second counts. As soon as these villains realize that you are not the Princess Marianne, I am terrified that they will kill you. They have nothing to lose. Rosilda felt a shudder of fear run through her body at his words. She was so cold that she was not sure at all if she could stand up and run. She could no longer feel her feet in the thin slippers she had worn for the ball, which seemed like a lifetime ago now. As if Sir Andrew could read her mind, she heard his voice urging her on. You can do it, Rosilda. I know you can. You are so brave. Remember, I am right here waiting for you. I will always be at your side. Always, my darling. Those words were all the encouragement Rosilda needed. Taking a deep breath, she struggled onto her frozen feet, the cloak falling from her shoulders, and turning, she stumbled into the little space between the giant boulders. Then she found herself in heaven, as Sir Andrew clasped her in his arms, raining kisses on her cold face. Oh, what a charming scene! The hero rescues the heroine from a fate worse than death. Well, except, of course, he doesn't. With a cry, Rosilda broke away from Sir Andrew, but he kept one arm tightly round her shoulders as they stared at the man standing in front of them. Holding a large, dangerous-looking gun, it was the prince's chief adviser, Ernst de Greed, his face twisted with triumph. So I was right, all along. You are the one behind all this treachery, Sir Andrew snapped angrily. Ernst de Greed shrugged, the gun never wavering in his hand. I could not allow the princess to marry the Duc de Guillaume, and so unite their two principalities. They would then produce an heir to an area of vital importance. No, that marriage can never take place. He sneered as he rambled on. Once Montdeaves is isolated from its neighbors, then that will be the time for me to get rid of that young idiot Franz, begin my revolution, and take over complete control of the principality. You will make the whole area a huge tinderbox, to be then fought over by everyone. You ridiculous fool, Sir Andrew flashed at him. Maybe, but I will be the one person in charge, the power that everyone will want to court. But the princess has escaped, Rosilda piped up, her eyes sparkling. A nasty smile crossed Ernst de Greed's face. Oh, yes, she is safe in her brother's care. But for how long, huh? He believes every word I say. I am his dearest friend, or so he thinks. That is why he has agreed that they should return to the palace when the princess reached us, and I should ride up into the mountains to see what had befallen Miss Harvey. He paused again to smile subtly, and then went on. The men who accompanied me I have sent to hunt in a different direction. You see, I knew exactly where you would be. He stopped briefly to reflect on his words before resuming. Prince Franz will take on my advice on everything. Young Baronet will be banished to America, and Princess Marianne will find herself living in a very remote nunnery before the week is out. I will persuade the prince that it will then improve her manners, and there she will remain, especially when I am in power. He gave Sir Andrew and Rosilda a vicious glare as he remorselessly carried on. And there will be nobody alive who can give any evidence against me. A chill shook Rosilda as the meaning of his words hit her. Then Sir Andrew's arm tightened round her again, and she thanked God that he was there with her. Good Lord, man, show some pity to Miss Harvey. What harm has she done you? Let her go. Ernst de Greed snarled. What has she done? Only ruined all my plans this evening. No, it will appear to everyone that you both met your fate at the hands of the kidnappers. I will discover your bodies and be distraught that I was not in time to save you. You are an evil, evil man, Rosilda cried out. She tilted her chin defiantly and declared, I am prepared to die, for I know. I will go straight to heaven, but I also know that you will not succeed with your wicked plans. She glared at Ernst de Greed as she added in a spirited voice that impressed Sir Andrew, Princess Marianne may well be young, but she is strong, and the people of Montdeaves love her and her brother. The nunnery has not been built that could hold her a prisoner, and whoever she marries in the future, the ordinary people here will never, ever follow you. Never. Ernst de Greed snarled in fury and lifted the gun and pointed it at her. Rosilda closed her eyes and grasped Sir Andrew's hand. If this was her end, then she knew she would die, knowing that she had loved, and more importantly, had that love returned. Not all women were that lucky. Just then, voices rang out and hooves scraped on the stony track. The two kidnappers appeared, leading their 3 mules. They jostled to a halt, amazed at the sight in front of them. Ernst de Greed then turned and snapped out orders in their own language, pointing down the path towards the town. One of the men looked uneasily at the gun in his hand and obviously asked a question. Whatever Ernst de Greed replied, the man did not look happy, and neither did his companion. It seems I was wrong. They are not murderers, Sir Andrew muttered in Rosilda's ear. Thieves and villains, no doubt, but killing is not on their agenda. Suddenly, the men swung themselves up onto their mules, and, ignoring Ernst de Greed's shouts to come back, they trotted away up the path that led deep into the higher mountains. "All the rats deserting the ship, eh? Degreed?" Sir Andrew said dryly. "If I was you, I would run for my life. If you kill us, you will hang as sure as night follows day." "I think not. Say your goodbyes, Dexter," he spat back. He then raised the gun again and pointed it directly at them. Sir Andrew bent his head and kissed Rosilda. "I did not imagine our story would end like this, my precious," he murmured softly. "I am so very, very sorry." "Hush, beloved," she replied. "I would not want to go on living without you. To die in your arms is all I could ever desire, and I am certain we will both be in heaven together." A deep groan tore through Sir Andrew's frame, and he turned to shield Rosilda with his body, even though he knew that would make little difference. He could appreciate that Ernst de Greed's gun was a devastating weapon. Rosilda stared defiantly over his shoulder, and she was determined to be brave until the very last. Then a surge of anger flooded through her. This was all wrong. This ghastly man would kill them, and then probably kill Marianne and even Prince Franz. The whole balance of power in Europe could be destroyed because of him. But there was no way to stop him. They had nothing to defend themselves, nothing. "Stand to one side, Dexter," he shouted. "I'll be merciful and kill you both with one blast from this gun." Sir Andrew kissed Rosilda gently on the lips. "We have come a long way from the gardens of your boarding school, dearest heart, and I don't regret a single moment of our journey together. A journey to love," he said, and a wonderful smile lit his handsome face. And then, in that moment, Rosilda was back there at Five Oaks boarding school for young ladies, under the shade of the giant oak trees that surrounded the grounds and gave the school its name. It was a warm, gentle summer evening, and the girls were playing a game before the supper bell rang, laughing as they ran hither and thither, chasing the ball they were throwing to each other. "You throw the ball so hard and straight, Rosilda," one of the girls cried out. She could hear the young voice so clearly, and even as Ernst de Greed lifted the gun once more, Rosilda's hand went instinctively to the little pocket she had made in her evening skirt. She pulled out the larger of the stones that she had sentimentally carried with her ever since Sir Andrew had sat by her and juggled with them on their journey through the mountains to Montdeaves. And with all the strength she possessed, she threw the stone hard and fast, straight at Ernst de Greed's head. She heard him curse as it struck, and he dropped the gun as he then clutched at his forehead. In that exact moment, Sir Andrew grabbed hold of Rosilda's hand and half pulled, half carried her down the narrow path leading between the vast boulders. They had only gone a few yards when a tremendous crash rang out, the sound ricocheting from rock to rock. Ernst de Greed had fired at them. But the blow to his head had obviously ruined his aim, and as Sir Andrew and Rosilda dodged behind a stony outcrop, they heard the bullets smash into the mountainside above their heads. For a second or two, there was complete silence as a rumbling noise began, low at first, and then growing louder and louder. The bullets from the gun had disturbed the loose shale and stones on the steep slopes. Weakened by the heavy rains, it had only taken this sound to start an avalanche of mud and rocks that began to fall, slow at first, and then faster and faster, smashing down on the track and sweeping back into the clearing. Ernst de Greed vanished from sight in the dreadful crashing roar, and deadly wall of rolling stone and boulders. As the noise faded away and the mountainside grew quiet once more, Sir Andrew swept Rosilda into his arms, and his lips found hers. "My darling girl," he sighed as he held her tightly. "I could have lost you forever." The full moon swam out from behind a rocky peak as Rosilda smiled and stroked the frown from between his brows. "No, no, Andrew, that would never have happened. God intended us to be together. Otherwise, why send an avalanche to us?" Sir Andrew laughed, the sound a little rough, as if he had thought that he could never laugh again. "It was you who saved us, Rosilda, but perhaps God gave you the gift of being able to throw a stone as straight and true as an arrow from a bow." Rosilda reached up to link her hands behind his neck. "I fear it is poor compared with all the talents other young ladies of your acquaintance possess." Sir Andrew kissed her again, gently, and then he was kissing her more passionately and demandingly, as if he was still frightened that he might lose her. Rosilda felt, after being so close to death, as if she was now flying in the sky and touching each and every star on her way to eternity. After what seemed an age, but it could have been a week or a month, Sir Andrew lifted his head and looked into her eyes as he said, "You have all the talents I most admire, Rosilda. Courage, integrity, loyalty, and an inner beauty to enhance the loveliness of your face. All I want in the whole world is for you to be my wife." Rosilda felt as if she would faint with happiness. Sir Andrew sighed. "I must admit that here on this cold, wet mountain is not the perfect place to propose. I want there to be flowers and fountains, music and moonlight, when I ask that most important question. I fear that I am denying you all these things most girls hold most dear." Rosilda exclaimed, "Not at all. I can think of no more perfect place than here. And look, dearest heart, we do have moonlight, and the melting snow makes heavenly music as it flows downhill in all these little streams. And see." She lifted the little blue orchid from her pocket where she had put it, and continued, "I have the one flower that means the world to me, because it is given and received with everlasting love." Sir Andrew then gave a little groan, and pulled her into his arms, bending his head to kiss her again and again. And they stood, locked in a deep embrace, as the little lights of the rescue party bobbed slowly up the track towards them. 3 months later, in a tiny Norman church in the Cornish coastal village of Tregonwell, Sir Andrew Dexter married Miss Rosilda Harvey. Sir Andrew's home, a sprawling manor house that had been in his family for centuries, had been thrown into a happy confusion by the arrival of the Montdeaves royal family and their guards and servants. Detectives had been hired to patrol the grounds and keep their eyes on the growing pile of wedding presents that had been arriving every day. Although, when 2 spirited white mules had been delivered by carrier, only Sir Andrew and Rosilda guessed that they were from an old bandit who had escorted them into Montdeaves on their tortuous journey on muleback. Now, in the front pew of the church, sat Princess Marianne, elegant and lovely, in pale blue and cream lace, the feathers on her hat sweeping down to curl under her chin. She appeared far more grown up than the girl who had left boarding school only 4 months before. The princess glanced sideways at the young man sitting at her side. Johann Burnet, proudly wearing the uniform of the Montdevian army, was still the love of her life, but she had agreed with her brother that they should wait another year before they married. The attempted kidnap and Ernst de Greed's treason had brought home to Marianne just what an important part she had to play in the running of her principality, and she was absolutely determined to do her best for all the people of Montdeaves. But she was also determined to have her own way as well, and Rosilda had no doubts that she would do in the end. "I don't envy your hun the task of taming that young lady," Sir Andrew had remarked dryly, when Rosilda had read out some comments about her future in a letter from the princess. One person was absent from the congregation, but not missed. The Grand Duchess Liesel had fled Montdeaves the same night as her co-conspirator had died in the avalanche. It was rumoured that she had travelled as far as Argentina in an effort to escape the scandal. It was said that she would never return, but no one mourned her going. Rosilda's great-aunt Beatrice sat on her own in the church, delighted to be invited to mingle with royalty, but unable to understand how her silly little great-niece had managed to find herself a husband so quickly. Decorated with a glorious array of flowers, white roses and lilies, the little church was packed with friends, relations, and servants. Many of those present were wondering why every floral arrangement proudly displayed at least one beautiful blue orchid. As the notes of the organ sounded at last, and the congregation rose and turned to watch, Sir Andrew gazed down the aisle. At first he could only see Prince Franz. When he heard that she had no male relations, the young prince had insisted on giving Rosilda away. He had told Sir Andrew that there was no other way he could ever repay the debt he and his principality owed her. He looked older and less light-hearted than he had back in June, but Sir Andrew paid him no attention, because there, coming through the archway and taking his arm, was a vision of beauty that took his breath away. The bride. Rosilda was wearing a sublime white gown of silk embroidered with hundreds of tiny pearls. A long chiffon veil cascaded around her, held in place on her head by a priceless pearl and diamond tiara, a gift from the Montdevian royal family. In her arms she carried a beautiful bouquet made up of white lilies and creamy roses, and if anyone had looked closely, in the very heart of the bouquet was another blue orchid. As the music swelled to a crescendo, Rosilda made her way slowly up the aisle to stand by her beloved man. Sir Andrew, who had faced all sorts of dangers in his life without a tremor, lifted the veil with fingers that trembled slightly. But the look of love that met his gaze vanquished all his nerves as the old familiar words rang out and rings of Cornish gold were given and received. Later that evening, two figures crept from the noise and excitement of the lively party that was being held at the manor house to celebrate the wedding. Sir Andrew and Lady Dexter hugged each other and then ran hand in hand through the grounds out of a gate and onto the cliff top. The sun was setting, throwing deep red and golden beams across a placid blue sea. Sir Andrew wrapped his arms around his bride, and they stood gazing out at the rippling path that led towards the sunset. Down below them in the little harbour, a brand-new yacht, yet another present from Montdeaves, bobbed and pulled at her moorings. The Rosilda lifted and fell on the tide, as if eager to be on her way. Perhaps she knew that Sir Andrew had just re-signed from the Foreign Office, and was planning to take his new wife on a thrilling journey of adventure around the world the following spring. The Rosilda would be carrying them safely to new principalities far away, to enjoy the freedom that they both longed for before returning them to live together and to raise a family in Cornwall. They would be sailing into a glorious sunset, and their love and deep feelings for each other would take their souls beyond the horizon and into a new world of love. Rosilda turned her face to her husband to receive his kiss with all the passion and joy of her being. She offered a little prayer of happiness and thanks to the dear Lord above for the wonderful future that lay before them. The journey to love had been brief and rocky, but in the end they had found a safe harbour, protected forever by the strength of their everlasting love for each other, and their firm belief that God had always intended that they should be together not just for this life, but for many enchanting lives yet to come. Beyond the Horizon. Written by Barbara Cartland.